Chapter 176. Follow. Every gatekeeper uttered at the same time. Then they walked. They walked to the island's edge. More than 100 of them walking in that direction, with several of them talking to each other in a language none could understand. Many of the previous expedition's members tried to understand their language, but none could to this day, explained beyond as a gleam of light surface on his eyes. Not even Don Freaks. Each was to their own thoughts. Such a scene is too fascinating even to the uninterested, though Maher didn't mind voicing his thoughts. Are they in constant pain? They look incredibly deformed and disfigured. There is also swelling on some of their body parts. Does that make them constant pain, or is that a natural thing to them? Beyond shook his head. I don't know. In fact, no one knows as far as I know. There is simply no way to find out, as they don't answer questions and it's impossible to research them. But, I know they're born like that, so it's unlikely they feel any pain due to that. Yasuo managed to confirm that with his domain previously. He didn't notice any signs of pus or any sickness whatsoever. In fact, he found that they're quite healthy. Aside from the swelling in some of their limbs, which he found to be just extra flesh that'll only go as far as restricting their mobility and balance. Yasuo's eyes couldn't help but glitter looking at the prey walking slowly ahead of him. A new fascinating prey means research. However, I will wait until later to get them. I also need to observe how they summon the guide. That sounds even more interesting. The gatekeepers walked to the edge of land. What lies before they are the beautiful light blue ocean. A part of the vast Mobius Lake that's extremely safe in contrast to the dangers close to the dark continent. The raging storms and the massive tsunami waves that threaten to wreck even ships as massive as the black whale. The massive predators that can consume ships as if they're bugs. The smaller ones that can threaten even those massive predators. No man's land, no man's sea, it was called. A sea none can pass through and none can sail through with a purpose. The Mobius Strip, a surface with only one side and only one boundary curve. A loop that will never lead one to the much-needed destination. This is where the guide plays a role. Something the gatekeepers summon responsible for transporting people to their destination. And this is what they started doing, what looks like a strange ritual. A strange yet simple ritual. One that looks extremely creepy with how they look, yet it didn't faze the strange humans watching the scene with interest. None of them are normal, a small group of bizarre humans, one weirder than the other. The gatekeepers each took the hands of the ones next to them. They also formed several lines, each line close to the line before it, that allowed the gatekeepers from the first line to rest their heads on the shoulders of the ones in front of them, allowing everyone to be connected. They started mumbling some kind of incomprehensible words all at the same time, and this is where everyone sensed something. They sensed a Nen signal with its source being each of them. They saw the strange color of the gatekeepers' Nen moving above the water far away and mixing together to form something entirely different and strange. It formed into a massive transparent octopus that remained unmoving in the water, lifeless. They continued what could be interpreted as a prayer, some kind of worshipping ritual for a while, until the giant octopus appeared to be a bit more realistic. Directly after which, they started going back to their settlement looking a bit exhausted. However, they didn't complain, nor did it appear like they could, ill-fated indeed. Certainly interesting. Thought Yasuo with curiosity apparent in his eyes, too interesting. He used his domain to observe how their Nen behaves and functions, and for the most part, it appears to be similar to humans. However, the strangeness started appearing once they were constructing the colossal octopus. No matter how much he observed their Nen, he simply couldn't understand how it was done. Their Nen was normal until it wasn't anymore. Until it formed into that strange creature instantly, until it became Nen no more. Perhaps it's a natural thing they can do due to the curse? If so, there is a possibility I can mimic it if I find the source of the curse. Yasuo was contemplating, deeply engrossed by the previous scene. If there is a curse in the first place, well, I'll research them sooner than later. Each of them was contemplating different things. What they just saw isn't something that can be seen regularly. Why an octopus? Wondered Maher, curious. I don't know how their abilities work nor why such shapes appear. All I know is that each time, the guide's form looks different, explained Beyond while stroking his long black beard. They then went back to the ship, which is much smaller than the colossal octopus. The ship steered its way towards the transparent octopus and ended up going through it, which is strange considering it's actually solid. It's also not allowing water inside, meaning it's completely empty inside. However, once the ship went through it, it didn't stop or fall. Instead, it continued floating until it stabilized in the middle of the guide. Only at that point did Beyond gently whispered, "North shore of Lake Mobius." That seemed to be a signal the guide was waiting for, because it started moving directly after at a speed surpassing even the fastest of ships humans have ever created. The small ship inside remained frozen, not affected by its speed, and even the guide didn't seem affected by the water it goes through. The blue vibrant ocean was no match. Interesting, remarked Yasuo, observing all of that from his room with a dark purple crow resting on his shoulder. Does Beyond have to be the to give the destination? Is it because he is the one that asked the gatekeepers? Well, it's time to find out, thought Yasuo as the dark crow blinked. Directly after, he disappeared. He appeared only a few seconds after that above the small settlement, looking down on the strange creatures. A colossal purple hand spurted from Yasuo's back before striking towards the creatures beneath him. However, just as Beyond said, the attack met an unmovable object. A transparent barrier that seems to only trigger once anything tries to attack them. One that didn't allow any harm to reach them, nor did it allow the force to move them from their location. All lifted their head, looking at the sky, specifically towards Yasuo with their strange creepy faces. Then strangely they just went back for their previous business, not caring about what happened. Yasuo didn't give up. Instead, he manifested the six-armed vision construct, a massive construct that looked down on the creatures, because performing a barrage of attacks everywhere, bringing chaos to the once peaceful settlement. He was able to cause destruction to the buildings and the walls. However, no harm reached the gatekeepers at all. This time, they looked quite annoyed as they looked up at Yasuo, but then started cleaning the place anyway. I see, so they can't attack me at all. They will likely bring some kind of misfortune to the known world and me as a result, but they can't attack me themselves. Interesting. Yasuo disappeared again and appeared close to one of the gatekeepers, creating an amplification domain that engulfed the creature, with the latter not paying him much attention. I really thought they'll somehow be related to the Courtauld clan, but it appears I was mistaken. Still quite interesting nonetheless. Also, I can't break the barrier unless I tried too hard, or I exploit a loophole. Yasuo was noting loudly without a care in the world while observing the creatures around him until he satiated most of his hunger. He added, "A loophole I already exploited. My control domain is truly remarkable." As he made that remark, the creature standing before him started disintegrating inside out. The barrier was able to stop nothing, no visible attack was performed, only an act of absolute control. The gatekeepers looked at the scene emotionlessly, as if emotions weren't something they were permitted to have or show. However, they let their actions show their feelings. They lifted their hands, from which their weak nens started pouring out into the atmosphere, mixing together until it formed into a massive crab, one that looks extremely dangerous, as if specifically created just for destruction, a transparent crab. I see, remarked Yasuo, who will go on to continue his experimentation on them for a while after. The crab was too slow to even touch him, considering his space control. Until he allowed it to touch him. It evaporated him. Too interesting. Yasuo thought again, still seated on his bed like he never moved in the first place. Too many interesting things to study, but I have time, lots of it. He brought his pale hand up, looking closely at the tube he's holding, a tube filled with a red liquid, one of many he has on him. This one, however, is special. This one is the blood of the gatekeepers. He collected quite a lot of their blood, a sample of each of them without anyone noticing. As he said, his domain is truly remarkable. The crow on his shoulder blinked and he saw what he needed, only then did he drink their blood. However, he knows he can't do the same for some of the hunters on the ship. He collected the blood of most of them, but those few selected people remain because he knows they will definitely notice. He saw it with his eyes. So he decided to leave it for later. Now he has too many things to research and train. Way too many things. The trip will also be a long trip, so he has ample time to do whatever he wants. Hey hunters! Quick break time. Did you know, Togashi is married to the creator of Sailor Moon? Yup, Yoshihiro Togashi and Naoko Takeuchi are an actual anime power couples. Which is awesome. Let's keep going. Chapter 177. So he decided to leave it for later. Now he has too many things to research and train. Way too many things. The trip will also be a long trip, so he has ample time to do whatever he wants. Massive tsunami waves that surpassed the height of even the black whale. It threatened to take down any seekers of the dark that want to go through it. Creatures humans can only face despair against. The team witnessed the existence of mystical creatures before their eyes, legendary creatures such as krakens, and they don't appear to be too rare either. The darkness of the dark continent started showing itself before they even reached it. Thankfully they were protected by the guide, and the kraken seemed to understand that, as it only observed them for a bit before going back to the depth. The same happened when meeting another mystical creature, the sea dragon. A massive creature, even bigger than the kraken, miles long, vibrant dark green color that everyone on the ship watched in fascination for minutes until it disappeared from their field of vision. The dragon acted similarly to the kraken. It only took a glimpse at the guide and the ship within before continuing on its way. A hint of intelligence was clearly noticed in its eyes, just like the kraken. Even their behavior was a clear indication of their intellect. Those aren't in any way the strangest creature they laid their eyes on. The strangest one is none other than a creature they named Sea Monk, the strangest creature humanity has ever faced, not from its power as it was never observed but from its behavior. Rising suddenly from the placid surface of the water not far from the guide is what looked like a great ocean swell, a giant black head. Sea monks were massive, rising as much as 100 meters tall. Several of such creatures rose from beneath the sea looking at the guide with their enormous round eyes. A small black iris lies in their center that makes the vacant black heads look even more terrifying. Their strange eyes were glued to the ship at the center of the guide with desire apparent in their eyes, and they didn't fight the desire. Instead, they accepted as they started strangely moving towards the guide only to be faced with an unstoppable force. The guide was a barrier they couldn't go through to reach what they desire. No matter how much they collided with it, they weren't able to stop it in its place or break through it. In fact, the guide was just swimming through the dangerous wavy sea without a care in the world. Its speed didn't decrease one bit. Its speed was actually increasing as time went on. A strange entity the guide is. They were, however, quite persistent. They followed the guide for thousands of miles, trying to no avail. Only then did they head back to whence they came from. Those are just the most striking creatures they laid their eyes on. They saw much more. They also saw whales, enormous friendly whales. Some quite simple with black or blue and white skin, while some have strips with the same colors. Beauty and danger are quite alike. The team on the ship understood that, and they were fascinated and terrified by what they saw. They couldn't take their eyes off the gorgeous scenes before them. So most of the team spent most of their time on the deck just looking around, engrossed by the scenery. The same couldn't be said for Yasuo, who rarely if ever leaves his room. He wasn't on the ship, however. Yasuo was having his own little adventure. He was having the time of his life. The depths of oceans were a mystery even in his previous world. In this world, it's even more of a mystery. The dangers in the depths of this puddle of water are deeper than anything ever discovered in his previous world. A fascinating world lies beneath that gorgeous blue water that he knows. A simple white short is all Yasuo wore as he swam to the depths of the unfamiliar water. His skin was strikingly pale, appearing as a faint source of light in the middle of the darkness that would have been almost completely void of light if not for the vibrant life all around. He was just one source of light among the many. The heavy pressure of these depths was no obstacle for him, he just shrugged it off as a tickling that will never be more than that. Just a resistance that will increase the input requirement of his control domain. He was swimming in the depths of the ocean for days without seeing the light of day once. He didn't go up to breathe and get oxygen because he doesn't need to, the 3 gills on each side of his shoulders made that possible. Gills, a respiratory organ found in many aquatic organisms that extract dissolved oxygen from water and excretes carbon dioxide. That small organ is something he recently gained. He can use his control domain to completely modify his body to create such an organ, but that's not what he did. All he did is to consume fish and aquatic organisms regularly, especially drinking their blood. His genes did what they do best. They adapted and evolved to become better and gain more functions. They devoured what they could and used his aura to make the impossible possible. His enormous aura was the fuel it needs. He also started developing conscious control over the process. He started having a vague connection with every cell of his body, and he realized he can decide his evolution path consciously much sooner than he anticipated. So he started training and meditating on that connection until he gained even more control over each of his genes without the need for his control domain, and he made use of that to gain the functions he wants. Such as his silver eyes that are looking all around as if they can see everything around. However, how can one see if there is little to no light around? Just like some deep-sea creatures, his eyes evolved to have binocular vision and great sensitivity to small light signals. So he can see than most creatures in the dark, though he's still relying mostly on his domain to see. His arrowy threads also went help here, as he found that he can't see through them if his eyes can't see what's beyond. But he is working on making that a problem no more. His eyes and his every organ are in constant evolution. His sensorial ability is also growing incredibly fast, as he's not just using his eyes to see, he's also training his new senses. One of them is electroreceptors, the detection of electrical fields generated by the prey and creatures. For example, this allows sharks to find prey hidden in the sand. It doesn't provide much information to Yasuo, but he believes that with constant use and continuous evolution, it will become much better. He was right, because after he gained polarized vision, it strengthened his other sensorial abilities, and the same happened to all the sensorial abilities he gained. They supported each other and combined to become something better. He swam deeper and deeper into the darkness, yet his sense of direction was still perfect. He still knows where the depths are and where the surface is. A smile never left his face as he explored the unknown and unexplored grounds. A beautiful and fascinating place. He can see creatures everywhere because, in contrast to his previous world where there aren't too many creatures in deep sea, here, life is abundant. Most of the creatures aren't visible, but several, if not numerous, of them are bioluminescent. That caused the darkness to become light as the shining creatures swam all around in their natural habitat. Some are using their light to attract prey or warn predators and evade them. Most creatures at these depths use different strange sensorial abilities to see, as most of them are blind. A beautiful place Yasuo couldn't get enough of. He spent days in the fascinating abyss, and he's planning to do the same for weeks to come. Not just for its beauty, but also for the benefits that lie everywhere. The many lifeforms that will push his evolution even further, as well as the sense of adventure he gets from this exploration. Also for research, he documented in his brain every creature he saw and observed how they behave and work, then took a sample of their blood which he drank after experimenting on it for a bit. He observed the colossal dragon up close, he researched what's within, how it behaves, and what power it holds. And he did the same to every other creature they met, and of course, took a sample of their blood. And he realized something. Every creature they started meeting once they entered the dark continent's water contains a decent amount of Nen in their cells. They can't actively use it, but it seems to work naturally once they use their natural abilities. Every creature around him in these depths is naturally enhanced by Nen, their sensorial abilities, and every organ of there will always function better than once without Nen. In this world, however, every creature has Nen, it just depends on how they evolved and how much aura they have, and what their genetic structure can do with that. Nen behaves in a strange way, and its strangeness has only grown, the closer he was to the Dark Continent. Nen to a certain extent is a reality warping power. So when creatures with an abundant amount of it desire and need something through generations, their Nen helps them evolve to meet that desire. A desire that has grown over countless years and that created some of the most dangerous and strangest creatures that would have otherwise been impossible to exist. Yasuo turned his head and looked in a certain direction as his senses have picked a massive strange creature close by. A creature slowly swimming towards him with the sound it's making preceding it, a sound that made water in its way vibrate slightly. A new one, and an interesting one at that. Chapter 178. Yasuo turned his head and looked in a certain direction as his senses have picked a massive strange creature close by. A creature slowly swimming towards him with the sound it's making preceding it, a sound that made water in its way vibrate slightly. A new one, and an interesting one at that. Yasuo just waited for the strange creature to enter his domain's range as he was able to sense it with his other sensorial abilities. It wasn't long before the massive creature arrived, even with its extremely slow movement. Yasuo looked at the strangely familiar creature as he started swimming towards it. Gulper eel, a deep sea that is usually black or dark green in color and sometimes has a white line or groove on either side of the dorsal fin. It's famous for its gigantic mouth that's much bigger than its body, allowing it to consume creatures much bigger than its size. This one appeared to be a bit different. Aside from its incredibly colossal size, a difference could be seen in its eyes. They're bright, extremely so. They look like two massive sources of light, too obvious to miss in contrast to the other smaller creatures that have much fainter light. Its bright white eyes seem to be looking at Yasuo directly, as if the creature can see him. One of the few creatures that can see at these depths, and it can see clearer than most creatures in the dark for a simple reason. Its eyes are a flashlight that produces light illuminating all that's before it. It also seems to be able to shut it down and turn it on consciously. That could also be a weakness, as that light will also allow creatures it seen to see it. However, for a predator such as this one, very few creatures can contend. That is due to its massive size and gigantic mouth that has quite a special function. A suction force started acting upon all that's miles in front of it. The further from it, the weaker the force it, and the opposite is true. That means that no creature could escape its grasp, or its gigantic creepy mouth that has thousands of teeth, several rows of teeth, sharp deadly fangs that could shred anything they come in contact with. Yasuo, however, remained static, just observing the creature with his domain. The suction force coming from its mouth was utterly useless against him, as he noted that within its body is a deadly trap. Acids that could easily melt steel and a temperature that could burn whatever it sucked. These are only a few of its capabilities, and Yasuo made sure to study the creature thoroughly, and that got on the latter's nerves. It's not as intelligent as some of the creature he met, but still most intelligent than most creatures, so Yasuo messing around with it, not affected by all it has in store at all, made it lose its mind as it desperately tried to eat the meal it deemed to be extremely delicious. Yasuo, however, just continued to either swim around using his control domain or just teleport while studying the creature. The ability to produce light from his eyes was quite tempting, and if he can produce light from anywhere in his body, then that's even better. Yasuo then went on to explore the depths more for a few more hours, and with his domain, he was able to explore a significant portion of the depths. He closed his eyes for a second, looking through an arrow-eye thread. Then disappeared, and appeared on the surface again, facing the warm sunlight, which is in stark contrast to the cold, chilly water of the depths. He then continuously teleported in a certain direction towards a certain creature. The intelligent long dragon that was swimming with half of his body submerged into the water. It was also moving around slowly, not seeming to be in a hurry, and the dragon didn't seem worried once Yasuo appeared seated above his enormous head. "Hi, been a while," casually said Yasuo, relaxing on the dragon's head without putting his guard up at all. However, Medusa, who just appeared clinging to him, seemed to think otherwise, as all the black snakes on her head were looking at the dragon cautiously. They seemed to be waiting for even a small sign for Medusa to act, as she deemed the peaceful creature is too dangerous. Peaceful it was, it never ever tried to attack Yasuo, nor did it even eat anything, any creature. It was as if the dragon was always satiated, as if hunger isn't something it knows or just rarely eats. The dragon was extremely peaceful and unresponsive to the creatures moving around it. It's the biggest creature Yasuo has seen so far. So big that while moving, it simply destroys any creature in its way, but it never eats. Its manner of behavior was quite mild, so Yasuo spent quite a lot of time around it. He did try more extreme things in futures that didn't actually happen, and he learned what he wanted in the dragon's strange abilities. "You won't fly?" wondered Yasuo, and waited for the dragon to respond. It didn't. The dragon is not just a sea dragon. It has several wings everywhere on its body, acting as fins. Yasuo, however, judged that it's not what they're really for, but the dragon seems to treat the massive Mobius lake as a bath tube, refusing to leave. Yasuo shrugged his shoulder. "How about you become my pet? I will definitely treat you well and probably won't experiment on you." The massive dragon seems to have some kind of irregular movement for a moment before continuing on its way, unresponsive. "I will ask you again. How about you become her pet? She's quite gentle, as you know, so I'm sure you won't refuse." The one he's talking about seems to hear his words, because instantly Aluka appeared next to him, also clinging to him, ignoring Medusa as she was used to her at this point. "Oni-chan, you called me, right?" She looked around and figured out that she's again on the dragon's back like always. The dragon remained unresponsive, leading Aluka to puff her cheeks in annoyance. "Bad dragon. I can paint a dragon much bigger and cuter than you, so stay alone forever." She didn't mind letting all of her emotions out because she really wanted a dragon for a pet. Yasuo shrugged his shoulder, as he's not that interested in having a pet, so he was planning to give it to Aluka, but the dragon doesn't seem to be interested. It seems to be too proud to allow that to happen, and it also seemed a bit fearful of him. Understandably so. After the two relaxed for a while on the dragon's head, Aluka teleported back while Yasuo started teleporting towards the guide. The guide at this point was moving at a speed surpassing the speed of sound, and he is constantly moving, so its location is in constant change. However, Yasuo knows exactly where it is, or the direction where it is, at least, just like he always knows where the dragon is. And it wasn't long before he reached the guide and silently teleported to inside of his room, detected by none. And on the ground of his room is a small purple mark, a circle the same as the one Aurelin left on Yasuo previously, except in different colors. He worked quite hard on mimicking that ability, as he found it too useful. Aurelin's ability, which not only allows him to communicate with the people that have the mark and know their general location, it also allows Aurelin to be the most valued member of the Silver Snake family. If anyone with his mark is in danger and is hurt, that'll trigger the real purpose of the ability, and it will grant that person a portion of other marked people's aura until the danger disappears. Of course, there are limitations, such as how many things he can mark at the same time, and the fact that the other marked people need to be a bit close for the borrowing of aura to happen, among other limitations. But Yasuo wasn't interested in the main function. He was interested in communication and locating marked things, so of course he only mimicked the parts he wanted, as the main function is useless to him. And he left the mark on a lot of things, as the limit of the number of marks Aurelin faces isn't something Yasuo faces. As long as he has enough aura and he can handle the burden of so many burdens, a limit won't exist. Yasuo sat down, drank his daily dose of blood, then started focusing his aura in front of him, forming a purple bubble. He continued focusing on that bubble, continuing his training, the process of mimicking an ability, Miriam's ability. His progress in mimicking the ability has increased significantly. However, he still judged it will take him a few years to complete the process. A relatively long time but fitting of such an ability. He continued the process for a while before switching to trying to mimic or enhance his other abilities. He has many abilities to mimic, and the abilities he already mimicked can become much better if combined together depending on their similarity. After several more of such processes, he stood up and looked at the palm of his left hand where a mark of a purple circle could be seen. A purple one instead of the yellow one Aurillon left there. Quite simply, Yasuo just deleted the previous mark and instead put his which is necessary for the ability to work. He brought his left hand to his ear as if answering a phone call. And indeed, once he did so, the purple mark started shining in bright purple light. He said, "I'm here." Then he waited for a bit before he used his space control to teleport Morena, who just appeared in an empty room in the ship. Another room Yasuo left for himself specifically for Morena's ability to work. Her teleportation ability which needs a closed room to work. However, if the room were to be opened, she won't be able to teleport to that room again. But, the room was never opened. Yasuo's control domain exploited the hole he saw in her ability. He brought her closer as a night of passion started, a long passionate night he experiences every time he comes back from the strange dark yet bright depths. Chapter 179. What are you really here for? Questioned Jin, who is standing next to Yasuo at the far front of the deck. A question he asked many times. How could he not be suspicious? Yasuo has an army of subordinates and Nen users behind him, and he was probably already preparing for the expedition to the Dark Continent, so why is he here with them? Does he need them? Just messing around, and don't worry too much, I'll leave soon. Just focus on the other problem and enjoy yourself. Yasuo casually said, used to those words by this point. Jing just shook his head. Two dangerous humans that could endanger their whole species. I just don't really know who is more dangerous to us. Peristan's desires are much more apparent, but Yasuo's is a bit vague. It's apparent he just wants to explore and research, but to what degree does he desire that, and what collateral damage could result from that? Too many variables. You're right. You'll not kill him? Peristan? Again questioned Jing after simply giving up on his earlier question. I will. I definitely will. I just want to make him pay a heavy price for trying to do something before he faces his death, Yasuo stated calmly with an expressionless face. Jing was simply baffled hearing that as he looked at Yasuo in surprise. He didn't expect Yasuo to actually want to kill him, because there wasn't even a faint sign of him wanting that. Just why didn't I ask that question before? Thought Jing as he let out a sigh of relief. He was confident he can stop whatever Parseton has up his sleeves, but he wasn't sure if he can save everyone. And he couldn't tell anyone else because of what Peristan said, something Jing expected. He said some consequences that can affect the known world if he wished, so he was partially forced to play the game. Of course, he was working on how to exploit any weaknesses Peristan have and destroy the game before it even started, but hearing that made things easier. He just decided to enjoy his stay in the Dark Continent, a dream of his. Across the trip, which took a few months, Yasuo didn't change one bit. Not his aura or his appearance changed. No matter how much stronger he becomes. To the outside, he will look like he never changes, as his aura is locked under his absolute control, undetectable. No matter how much his genes adapted and evolved, his body doesn't look like it changed at all. His signature silver bright eyes were still there, but what's beneath them was hidden. The gills that were quite apparent when he swims in the depths of the sea were no longer there, nor was any of his new organs apparent. His control domain and control over his every gene allowed that to be possible. He has meticulous control over his body to the point he can dismember and modify himself however he wants, but he prefers for that to happen naturally because it produces better results. The shore, remarked Yasuo, looking at the first signs of land they ever saw for months. The Dark Continent was within their vision. A dark, desolate, rocky shore with no apparent signals of life. All that can be heard is the sound of the massive waves colliding with the equally massive rocks standing in their way, as well as the sound of the guide moving through water undisturbed until it stopped. Everyone was already on the deck as the guide stopped and Beyond started giving orders. Masker. Picatero. Start the surveillance and see if there is any danger around. He then turned to a certain group of people and added, Support. Start the preparations and make sure to only leave 30% of the necessities. He then looked at one of the team's main members who have long blonde hair that hid one of his eyes and ordered, Lond. As already explained, you'll stay here with the others and use your ability to keep a direct line of contact with me and I will let you know if needed. Lond nodded as most of the things were already planned. Most of the temp hunters in the team are only here because Beyond offered them a massive amount of money. Some just wanted the money while the others needed for either people around them or for their personal needs. Most of them needed money except Maher and his subordinates who were recruited by Beyond without the need for money. Masker nodded and got to work, a fat man of average height. He has fair hair worn in a bowl cut. His head is rather egg-shaped, with round eyes, a small nose, and freckles. He has a double chin. His outfit is comprised of a military jacket with a crew neck, a dark shirt underneath, pants with round dark spots at the height of the knee and light boots. Picatero also nodded and got to work, a person of short stature with a short-length haircut. He has animal-like features in his face, wears a hat with bubbles. He was licking a lollipop before though he hid it away and crouched down. He closed his eyes as started using his animal-like nose to smell something in the air. Masker on the other hand assumed a combat stance signifying he is some kind of martial artist who specializes in close-range combat, yet he was ordered to survey the surroundings. The reason becomes apparent once three strange shadowy figures appeared behind him. They have no striking features, just a vacant humanoid dark form. He has a single ability he focused on. It's mainly focused on direct combat, about many types of combat, but he can also use it to do many things. Its field of application is quite vast. The shadows started running to the front of the deck then jumped down. The ship is floating in the middle of the guide's form and not even a speck of water is inside, so the distance until they touch water is quite big. That however doesn't seem to affect them, nor do they seem to need oxygen because they continued swimming around surveying the area around. It wasn't long before two of the shadows headed out of the water. They swam towards the shore, they climbed up the rocks and disappeared into the forest beyond, while the last remained safeguarding the water around. Picatero on the other hand remained in his position, just smelling whatever it is he was smelling. Then he stood up and remarked, I couldn't smell any danger around. Beyond nodded and waited for Masker to finish scoring the area further away, the area that's not within Picatero's range. The reconnaissance process continued for a while until everyone finished their preparations. Aside from the support members preparing the necessities they will bring with them, everyone else brought their own personal stuff and necessities, leaving only 10 members that will remain on the ship. Yasuo brought just a simple black backpack with him, as that's all he needs, while most are carrying duffel bags in their hands. It was around that point that Masker's shadows disappeared from where they were and he stood up. The area is secure and we have a clear path for a few miles. Let's set out, loudly declared Beyond before turning his head to Yasuo trying to ask something. However, Yasuo already acted as per the plan and created a portal on the deck of the ship. A portal just large enough for a person to pass through, with the destination portal being quite apparent on the top of the rocky ground of the cliff before them. Everything seems to be already planned well, as Picatero walked through it first while starting to smell the air again. A simple ability, and he would have otherwise been useless without it, as that's the only ability he has and he valued it dearly. An ability that would shine in the dark continent especially. He can just smell things that no one else could. He can smell danger and he can smell death. He can even smell when people are looking at him, though he needs to be actively using the ability and smelling around to do so. And even without it, one can argue his sense of smell is unrivaled, but with it, he can even smell creatures' colors. It certainly didn't start that way, but he focused solely on that ability, giving it his undivided attention because he saw its value. Every one of the main team is a specialist, and their ability are mostly natural abilities that they gained due to their desires, but they worked on them until they brought them to what they are this day. He can even smell Yasuo's smell, and he found it strange when deemed it a bit too normal. Just the faint smell of a happy person, a peaceful person that seems to be in a constant state of satiation or something similar. His ability is actually something even Yasuo is finding a hard time mimicking, the hardest of all the abilities of the team, and he saw most abilities of the team. He just needs a sample of blood of some to fully mimic some of the abilities. And Beyond made sure most of their abilities remain a secret, as that's something he already knew before recruiting them. And he told no one about their abilities. The ones who knew anything about them only know a general description without anything useful, while Beyond tried many tricks to know most of the temp hunters' abilities and get the ones that'll help. However, Yasuo knows their abilities. He even fought them. In a future that didn't happen. His new genes allowed him to be able to mimic abilities without the need to get hit by them. And that opened a new vast universe for him. A universe of abilities that weren't previously within the field of the ones he can mimic because he needed to come in contact with the abilities. What about the abilities that don't require contact? Chapter 180. And that opened a new vast universe for him. A universe of abilities that weren't previously within the field of the ones he can mimic because he needed to come in contact with the abilities. What about the abilities that don't require contact? Well, he couldn't mimic such abilities. He couldn't mimic abilities such as Pichetero, and many abilities he couldn't come in contact with. His new genes changed that, as all he needs now is to observe and learn how their nen behaves when using the ability and get a sample of their blood ignoring the contact condition. And he observed how their abilities work. He looked into the future many times and did some interesting things that allowed him to observe them using their abilities. He can of course remember whatever it is he sees in the future, and he controls what he does in those futures. So he remembered how their nen behaved, clearly saving himself the trouble. He just needed to get their blood samples, and he got most. Of course, he still has to train the abilities until he becomes fully able to mimic them. Some are much easier than others. Yasuo walked the last through the portal before it closed behind him. The team in front of him already took the agreed-upon formation. Quite a simple formation, suitable to make the best out of the members' abilities. Masker in the middle under protection from all sides as he summoned his 3 shadows again. 2 of his shadows were surrounding Pichetero while the other one was running all around the team. Pichetero was at the far front using his ability to make sure the way is safe, with the shadows keeping him protected just in case. Beyond stood behind him, and Marion stood behind the ladder and in front of Masker. Golem was standing behind the ladder, a simple mechanical robot though who inside remains unknown. He conjured a few complex firearms in the hands of his subordinates, who are also surrounding the group and cautiously keeping their eyes up for any movement. Maher on the other hand was walking at the far rear surrounded by his own subordinates. He seems to be just watching the formation from behind and making sure it's perfect by his standards. The rest of the group were in various positions to make the formation as stable as possible, while Yasuo stood not far behind Maher with Jean and Periston. The atmosphere was certainly tense. Expressions of solemnity, some with eagerness, but they all shared one thing: cautiousness. They have set foot on the Dark Continent, the land of calamity, so henceforth they won't let their guards down for even a second, as death's clutches are already looking down upon them, ready to harvest whatever it can at moment's notice. Footsteps. They started heading straight into the dense jungle, their feet stepping on the green moist undergrowth that only becomes denser and denser the further they go in. Yet, not a single creature was detected for miles from the shore. The jungle was silent and desolate. Curly took it upon himself to explain why. He slightly lifted his swirl-tinted glasses and started explaining. We don't know how much exactly, but we know that sea life near the Dark Continent is much more dangerous than most creatures in the continent, especially deep sea ones. It was said that most of them are indestructible as their skin was refined through generations under extreme pressure to become how it is today. So it's highly likely that most creatures of the land are scared of going anywhere near the sea. The only reason we're alive is because of the guide. Everyone that ever tried to go without it was never seen again. The sea devoured them. As far as I know, no one has ever survived the trip without the guide. So the shore could be considered a forbidden zone for the land creatures, as if the creatures of the deep sense them anywhere close, they'll go up to devour them. Of course, this is just a theory of mine, but the land and the sea don't seem to get along. Curly possesses vast knowledge about ancient language and modern and ancient geography. He is loquacious, and constantly eager to share and increase his knowledge, and was a respectable professor of Harvard University, so usually when he talks, everyone listens carefully and his theory was taken to heart. No matter, they remain cautious as this is the land of the unpredictable. The tall trees were a barrier they faced to see what lies ahead and above, the sheet of leaves made sure of that. Beyond also took note of that, and the solution is quite simple. Masker's third shadow that's surveying the area climbs the tallest trees from time to time to look around, and what the shadow can see, Masker can also see. Masker can see only trees as far as the eyes can see with no end, an extremely dense forest with no end. However, there is something that signals the forest has an end. Something almost completely hidden by the dense waves of fog and clouds, gloomy and snowy alike. A colossal mountain, or at least what looks like the tip of it. The fact that he can see it from such a vast immeasurable distance is a testament to its unbelievable size, a magnificent work of natural art. And even with the information Masker already, he still couldn't help but be astonished at the size of everything around him, especially the mountains. Everyone felt the same even without having the chance to spot the mountain yet. Beyond must have noticed his expression because he started explaining directly after. Everything in the dark continent and near is massive and dangerous, and things only become bigger the deeper we go in. I'm sure you saw the massive mountain, right? Once Masker nodded, Beyond continued, that's just one of many, we call it the mountain range of Bright Death. You saw just the smaller of the mountains with the others hidden behind it further away. The Bright Death is what it was called in the book written by Don Freaks simply because hidden within is an active volcano, more active than anything ever seen. Within 50 miles around the mountains is a wasteland. An area very few creatures live in. Mountains, one bigger than the last and more dangerous. That's an area we have yet to explore, but it appears Dawn explored it quite a bit. They continued deeper and deeper into the forest, and it took a few miles before they caught signs of life within, nothing too dangerous. Just some small creatures that were taken care of easily by Masker's shadows only if necessary, else they just ignore them and continue on their way under Beyond and Curly's directions. Curly prepared and studies well for the trip. He already knew a lot before the expedition started, but he learned more because he's here, mainly because he wants to explore the continent, to harvest whatever knowledge lies there. Of course, he also wanted the money. He wasn't that knowledgeable about the Dark Continent until he talked with Jean and learned quite a lot. Then once Beyond joined them on the ship, he handed him Don's book and he had read it several times. Beyond will also inquire with Jean from time to time to make sure they're on the right way. Only at that point did Yuzumen ask curiously. You didn't tell us our destination, so where are we going? Also, the forest doesn't appear to be any more dangerous than the ones in the known world, what's this about? Beyond was the one to answer. The first we're in is strangely one of the safest places in the Dark Continent. It's dangerous to Nen users, but it shouldn't be a problem for us at all. The forest doesn't have as many creatures as one may think. One can even say it's incredibly desolate for its size. However, the danger lies deep within the forest in the ruins of the ancient labyrinthine. That is our destination. That is all Beyond had to say, and he didn't seem even a bit tense as his feet squashed the undergrowth beneath. Not was he scared of the said danger, he prepared for what lies there. They walked and walked until the sun started going down. Nightfall is near. Yet they didn't stop, they continued walking without rest, and when they need to eat, they just do so while walking. Until the nightfall of the second day, only then did they set up a small camp. Even then, they only slept for a little, as they had to leave half of them awake to protect the sleeping ones before switching. And they set out at the first signs of dawn. The hunters, however, didn't need much sleep, they were able to easily handle such circumstances. Slowly, as they walked deeper and deeper into the forest, they started facing more dangerous creatures. To them, they were a tad bit weak, as they saw them as food. Orange hair hidden beneath a white chef hat and white chef clothes, 4 simple tattoos beneath his left eye, and 1 tattoo right of his right eye is none other than the team's chef who took that responsibility. He is the one that studies the creature they face and deems whether they're safe to consume. He does so simply by tasting the strange dangerous creatures raw, with an expression of satisfaction always apparent on his face. He eats the ones he deems are dangerous without being affected by them, and he cooks them to the others using a simple white pot he conjures. Chapter 181. He eats the ones he deems are dangerous without being affected by them, and he cooks them to the others using a simple white pot he conjures. He just puts the raw food inside, poisonous or not, deadly or not. He then hugs the large pot to his chest after shutting it tightly and focuses his aura into it, continuously feeding it until the food is ready. No matter what the state of the food before the cooking process, once it was cooked in the pot, it will become completely edible, though he doesn't seem to be affected by any type of poison in the first place. His ability is already quite impressive, but that's not the only thing he can do. He can judge creatures and plant strength and properties, and he will have a general idea of how they function. If, on the other hand, he eats the creature whole without leaving even a speck of it, he can get much more information, though under the condition he cooks all of it in his conjured pot, and while it's a bit large, it's only large enough for a normal chicken to be fit in. And there is another use of the pot that's quite interesting, rising its functionality significantly. Deep in the forest, strange animals everywhere. Most aren't hostile, but the ones that are hostile are incredibly dangerous. The forest seems to be a natural and favorable home for all kinds of creatures, especially snakes. Numerous kinds of snakes that are actually hard to detect, as they hide either in the bushes, the undergrowth, or the trees and jungle vines hanging from them. Some are almost completely impossible to detect due to their natural color, which is similar to the jungles and their surroundings, and some are able to change their colors relative to the environment, and that applies to most deadly creatures around. They adapted and evolved to become a natural predator ready to strike at any point. To no avail. Picatero simply points out in certain directions for the chef Shansi, who is close to him, act as planned. All he does is aim the opened pot in that direction and focusing his end to accurately detect the creature. The moment that happens, the pot will fly towards the creature, engulfing it inside. Then he will have to lift the lid still in his hand and point it towards the pot, which will turn around and fly towards it, closing down. A near instantaneous process, not giving the creatures any chance, provided the creatures can fit inside the pot, as that's necessary for the ability to work. Nothing inside can leave unless he allows it, or it will simply become cooked food. If Pochetero deemed the creature he smells might not fit the pot, he will inform other members of the team to eliminate it. Mostly Golem's subordinates that start firing Nen bullets with the conjured weapons of Golem. That would have been quite risky, as the deafening sound could attract even more danger, which is unnecessary, if not for another member of the team, Natalie. A pink-haired woman in her early 30s, long pink kimono. A woman who rarely speaks, which is in stark contrast to her abilities functions, a calm and gentle person. She closed her eyes and started taking a deep breath that turned to something more. She started sucking the air around her as she let her gentle aura surround her. At the same time they opened fire, yet not a sound was heard. Not the breathing of anyone around, or the footsteps of the still-moving people, or the continuous gunfire. Only pure silence. The sound in a certain area around them was extinguished until she stopped, only then did life come back to the place. Her face looked bright red and she seems to have trouble breathing after doing that, but it wasn't long before she came back to her normal state. Just a bit less than a minute, enough time for the enemy to exploit that weakness. That's why she's protected from all sides. Not only is her ability extremely valuable, it's their salvation for what Beyond wants to do. And here he is, Yasuo, walking silently with his eyes closed throughout the trip. His eyes were always closed. The ones that are keeping an eye on him didn't really think much of it. They didn't think much of it as they know he is an assassin in the first place, and many people can do the same, walk without eyes. He was, however, in his own strange world. He was exploring the dark continent with his invisible and undetected strings, and he was especially focused on a certain direction. He was focused on the direction of the location told to him by Zig, the direction where an ancient mysterious entity lied. He is simply manipulating his strings to fly towards the location for when he wants to teleport there and do a little investigation. Even though Beyond said the forest isn't that dangerous, he just meant it's not as dangerous as everything else in the Dark Continent. It's definitely dangerous. So at one point in time, the other Nen users started getting involved. The main force of the team responsible for the offensive part. The deeper they go, the more dangerous it becomes, and the more time passes, the more danger they attract. They appeared to be a danger magnet, like the more time passes, the more unlucky they become. However, Beyond prepared enough for the team to ignore most of the danger, though it strangely seems that the creatures are specifically targeting a few specific people: Yasuo, Pariston, Jing, and Beyond. These people are the only ones allowed to break the formation and do whatever they want, especially fighting the massive creatures that target them, so they have to keep their distance from the team. Beyond kept the strangeness in his mind and saw this as an advantage because that danger will only be attracted to them, so each took care of the danger in their own way. Rarely do they use abilities of theirs. Yasuo just stuck to using portals to redirect the creatures' attacks to themselves by creating the destination portal before a weak point of the creatures, and used his physical strength if necessary. Pariston, on the other hand, just hid behind Jing and allowed him to do all the work. He rarely acted, though he didn't use any ability. He just used his weak physical strength with Gyo to do the job. A smile of amusement never left his face. A smile that receded as time went on. Until they caught sight of the ancient labyrinthine city. By this point, Jin, who clearly understands the events hidden behind the scene, had a smile of amusement on his face. They reached the labyrinthine too easily. In contrast to what Pariston expected, he decided to interfere. He didn't want to play the game but still involved himself in it anyway. Yep, I hate him, thought Parsatan, looking at the expressionless Yasuo. Pariston's strange ability doesn't fail, as he made sure of that. The vows and limitations he added make sure it's at the level it is today. An ability extremely simple yet complex at its core. One fitting of someone like him, someone who loves to destroy what he loves and likes, someone who likes to see the despair in the eyes of people, especially ones he doesn't like or hate. An ability that will make things harder for people around him, whether the ones he loves or hate. At later stages of the ability, it will even go as far as make people feel despair through various methods, random ones he has no control over. The ability will also make him face similar situations to the ones they face, and possibly face that same despair they face. A weakness negated by his strange personality. It's okay, this is just the start. Pariston convinced himself, but hope still remained in his eyes. Hope that Yasuo will kill him himself and activate the final condition of his ability. That sounds extremely entertaining to him. He won't live to see it, but he will know that Yasuo will have to live with a gloomy fate that will likely make him want to end his life. Why did I want to play with him in the first place? He thought, realizing that may be a mistake. The man is too dangerous and he knows so little of him, but Pariston's strange personality forced him to want to play that game. We'll camp here for 2 days before going through with our plans I will explain to you tomorrow after you'll rest, calmly stated Beyond while looking at the slightly visible ruins not far from them. They walked about 400 miles deep into the forest, and it only took them about 8 days to do so, even with the complex structure of the forest. A normal human will take months to do what they did. They took a direct path, ignoring any obstacles normal humans will have to go around. They easily passed the steep hills with Yasuo's portals, and even without it, they are Nen users and there are many things they can do to be as efficient. They set up their camp only a few miles away from the ruins, as beyond knows the danger within will only appear once they set their feet on the city ground. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone prepared and went over the plan several times, and again, nothing bad happened. Everything was going too well, annoying Pariston even more. Similar formation as this time, Beyond was walking behind Pocataro with Natalie next to him. Then they started slowly walking towards the labyrinthine ruins, even more cautious than before. Humanity learned from their mistakes and from what they faced and lost. They found ways and weaknesses of the enemy that once seemed so far out of their league, and they came back stronger and more prepared. What lies in the ruins is none other than one of the most dangerous calamities, if not the most dangerous, brine, which has the appearance of an enormous sphere on top of a human body, where the head should be. Chapter 182. What lies in the ruins is none other than one of the most dangerous calamities, if not the most dangerous, brine, which has the appearance of an enormous sphere on top of a human body, where the head should be. The ground and the ruins in general are made up of ashen stones, though most of the ruins are completely hidden by the greenery that took it as its home and grew all over the place. It added to the place's vibes, making it look more ancient than it already is. All they can hear is the sounds coming from outside the ruins far into the forest. The ruins, however, were utterly still and nothing was seen inside for quite a while as they moved towards the center. Most of the buildings were as predicted in ruins except one that looks a bit more well kept and held up. Their destination is that building that lies in the center of the city, the labyrinthine. Beyond was understandably tense, and so is everyone else, though he more than the others, as he knows what the creature can really do. He was, however, doing something interesting on the way. He was concentrating his aura on his right hand, which started shaping into a small golden ball, and it slowly became bigger and bigger, until he lifted his hand high up in the air with the large golden ball resting on the palm of his hand. Natalie next to him also seemed strange, as her face is completely red while having a faint shade of pink as if she's choking. They slowly walked into the labyrinthine, a large building compared to the one surrounding it, but nowhere near big enough to be called a labyrinthine. It became quite apparent why it was called as such once they were deep inside. They found a series of stairs leading hundreds of meters down into the dark. This time the one who leads the way is none other than Yasuo. The ruins are incredibly ancient and the stone could possibly be quite frail by this point, even though they don't appear as such. So Yasuo, who can create portals, is a natural option. They cautiously walked with Beyond's golden sphere acting as a natural source of light guiding their way, the ones that can't see in the dark anyway. It's written in Don's book that there are only 3 levels of the labyrinthine. We know he hasn't passed all of them, but somehow, he was able to judge how many levels there are. The previous expedition reached the 2nd stage where they faced the calamity. Beyond explained while following closely behind Yasuo. How they were able to reach the 2nd stage became apparent once they reached the bottom, once the stairs came to an end. They were faced with a large hall that leads to a large metallic door. The hall was completely vacant. The only thing noteworthy is what looks like a small artificial garden at the far left of the hall. A garden strangely vibrant with life, various strange plants, some could even be seen growing between the stones of the hall. Time certainly left a mark on the stones, but life remained as vigorous as ever. They surveyed the area before Beyond and Yasuo as well as Jing started taking a close look at the small colorful garden. Sanchi also followed closely after them as he will be needed. None, remarked Beyond, frowning. Not one Zoe herb. In the previous expedition, they said they found one in this garden but went deeper into the labyrinths in hopes of getting more. Sanchi's eyes were shining looking at the herbs in the garden. The trip so far was miraculous. He cooked so many things he didn't imagine himself ever doing and created many new recipes, and now he sees what his senses as a chef tells him will be marvelous ingredients. He asked curiously, unable to wait to get his hands on them, "Zoy herb? What does it do, and does the name mean anything?" Beyond signaled for him to start his job in here before starting to explain. "The name is what Don gave it. He was the one to discover it and find out its effects and write them in his book, but we don't know what it means." Sanchi received the signal and approached the plants in the garden before starting to smell them and taste them one by one. Once he learned some general information about them, he started eating the ones that are more abundant and left the rare ones as per instructions. He only ate one of each for his ability to fully work. All of that was happening while Jing provided his hypothesis. The name is most likely from the language of the people that once lived here, or some unknown language we don't know. And in the previous expedition, we found no signs of languages in the ruins except some inscriptions on the walls, but we're unable to learn anything from them. Sanchi then listed what he learned from the plants. He used his ability quite well and learned a lot to advance his cooking even more. He studied anything that has to do with plants as well as animals, so his role in the expedition is quite vital. We're taking too much time, so let's continue, and from this point onwards, be cautious, more cautious, Beyond stated, noticing that Natalie's face has become incredibly pink and her signaling for him that she can't keep this for much more time. "Can you create a portal inside it? The golden sphere, I mean?" Beyond asked Yasuo as they walked. Many things seemed much easier to him with Yasuo's ability added to the equation, and if that can happen, it will make what would have been an otherwise troublesome process extremely easy. And Yasuo nodded, bringing a bright smile to Beyond's face. "Ha ha ha ha. Good good, that will make things much easier. Everyone except Natalie and Yasuo. Retreat to the back of the hall and hide behind the wall unless you want to stay, but it might just be a bit dangerous." Beyond then turned his head to Yasuo, expecting him to understand what he wants to do. The latter looked at Natalie for a moment before creating a portal in front of her and a small one inside the large golden sphere. Natalie seems to already know what she has to do as she closed her eyes and retracted her head a bit back before simply opening her mouth. A sonic bomb was launched, a sound so loud it almost turned the people far away deaf, and that's just the residue sound that didn't enter through the portal. In fact, she would have been sent back far away due to the astonishing power of that scream if not for the fact she's using her nen to remain stuck to the ground and Beyond keeping his hand on her upper back as to keep her balance. Beyond doesn't seem affected by the sound that caused a small earthquake to the already frail labyrinth, as the place was constantly shaking and the dust that accumulated throughout the years ran in fright from the sound. He likely wasn't affected due to the golden spheres that are apparent in his ears acting as a form of protection, while Yasuo just wasn't affected. Natalie started to slowly lose the pink shade on her face as she released all of the sound she saved up, then Yasuo instantly closed the portal, making sure nothing leaves. This is gonna be interesting." Beyond let out a laugh before spreading his hands as far as he can, encircling a small portion of the sphere, and started applying pressure on it while also focusing his aura on it. Slowly the golden sphere started shrinking until it only became the size of a football. Beyond deemed that this is its limit, so he stopped and warned. "Change of plans. Masker, send a shadow down to the second stage and let me know what you see, and make sure it remains hidden. The rest can stay here or go up or go down with me, it's up to you. Only a few can go with me as it will be extremely dangerous." Then he waited for Masker to finish the reconnaissance process, waiting for the shadow to come back. The only ones that waited with him are Jing and Yasuo. Strangely, Periston remained standing at the far back of the hall with a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't seem to be interested in going with them, but he will still remain on the first floor. Beyond didn't seem to be paying any attention to that as he walked towards the plain rusty metallic door. The three nen users started cautiously going down the stairs beyond that door. Stairs similar to the ones before, leading to an even darker place, leading hundreds of meters down below the ground. They reached another hall, a much vaster hall with two metallic doors, one at the far front of the hall and one to the left, and in contrast to the first floor, as this one has no apparent garden within. The three's eyes were glued to a specific part of the hall. Jing and Beyond's expression were certainly a bit weird seeing the eerie scene before them. The chilling scene of O'Brien standing next to the metallic door with its round strange head resting on it. The clanging sound reverberated throughout the hall as the botanic creature continuously held the metallic door with its round smooth head. The spherical head was colliding with the door, gently making this scene even stranger. The eerie atmosphere became even creepier as the creature took a few steps back and turned its round faceless head towards the group. That got Beyond out of his daze as he also noticed a small portal appearing in front of him. He didn't question anything. Instead, he sent the golden sphere through it and directly started running back towards the portal that appeared behind them. Jing also reacted quite fast and retreated with a solemn expression on his face. The creature's behavior was so strange and unexpected it put them in a state of bafflement. Yasuo was the last one remaining in the hall as he watched what will happen with curiosity apparent in his eyes. He watched as the golden sphere appeared from a portal behind the creature's round head. Then, Chapter 183. Yasuo was the last one remaining in the hall as he watched what will happen with curiosity apparent in his eyes. He watched as the golden sphere appeared from a portal behind the creature's round head. Then, the golden sphere is Beyond's interesting ability, an ability not to be expected from someone like him. All he did previously is to trape that deafening sound Natalie released with the sphere. Then he compressed the sphere to its current size, and that also affected the air and sound waves within, compressing them, creating what could be called a true sound bomb. An extremely high-pitched sound compressed, a prisoner inside the sphere. The sound that didn't get to shine when Natalie released it as it was solely focused on the sphere. Now, however, the sound showed potential and destructive abilities that could put most offensive abilities to shame. The sound bomb looked instantaneous, not giving the slow botanic weapon a chance to react. Within miles from the explosion location, nothing was really safe. The buildings were shaking, some in rubbles more than how they already were. Dust everywhere as the sonic bomb expanded, ignoring whatever obstacles in its way and affecting miles around it, though the further from the source the weaker. If Natalie didn't warn the team repeatedly, they would have definitely suffered some serious damage, and even death was a possibility. In fact, most of them would have ended up dead if they didn't take the necessary precautions. Even when they did, most of them found themselves dazed as blood flowed down their ears. Their brains were buzzing, unable to comprehend what they just heard. The lowest pitch perceivable by humans and the loudest as well, to the point that the labyrinth came down crumbling around itself, getting the expedition team out of their stupor and forcing them to retreat further. Yasuo observed how the botanic creature behaved after the sound, and surprisingly, it was just frozen until the creature fell to the ground, possibly dead. The portal Beyond and Jing went through just in case to avoid the percussions of the bomb leads to the surface not far from the labyrinth. The portal disappeared directly after. They weren't worried about Yasuo staying there, as he wouldn't stay there just to die, but they were waiting in anticipation to see how effective their method is. "Why did you invite him to the team knowing how dangerous he is?" curiously asked Jing, to which Beyond just smiled. "A whim. I just felt like he won't be a danger to me and it sounded interesting." Jing just shook his head while heading into the portal that just appeared before them. For Jing, the expedition so far was quite strange and not what he expected. Perhaps it will feel more like an adventure if I explore alone. They walked into the portal, appearing in the same place they left from. Yasuo was still standing there unharmed. He seems to be just observing the dead Brian that strangely look unharmed as well. Beyond observed the surroundings and noticed that the hall strangely is mostly intact, even though the sonic bomb exploded inside and he expected it to be in rubbles. He naturally turned his gleaming eyes to Yasuo, deeming it's probably his doing. Jing frowned and closed his eyes as he suddenly detected something that brought chills to his spine. Beyond's sensorial ability isn't as good as his, so he didn't sense the incoming danger, but he noticed Jing's change in expression. Jing looked at Yasuo still frowning and asked, "Can you sense them as well?" Yasuo nodded as he started walking back. "This will be quite troublesome, more troublesome than you thought. I can sense many of them, so many." A scowl couldn't help but surfaced on Beyond's face, knowing what that means. And indeed, not long after that, as they stood next to the portal ready to retreat at any signs of danger, they saw a horrifying scene. The scene of several Brian life forms walking from the door at the end of the hallway. They walked slowly, though their speed slowly increased until they started running towards the group of 3. Roughly 10 of them, and let it be known that only one was responsible for eliminating most of the members of the previous expedition. Beyond let out a sigh as he walked into the portal that instantly closed behind him as the other 2 already left. All that was left is the tens of botanic weapons running at the speed of some of the best athletes ever seen in mankind's history, yet they still don't look anywhere as dangerous as they were said to be. Until one notices the forest they leave behind, a forest that grows in seconds and moves following them. The simple trees they gave birth to were becoming longer and longer, with the sole purpose of following them and doing what they desire. A desire that seems to be extinguished once they reached the ground the intruders were standing upon. The Bryans stood there motionless in various poses, some with their hands up in the air and some pointing to other directions, some crouched to the ground and froze for quite a while, too. Then they stood up and started slowly walking back, strangely dragging their feet alongside them as if they lost control over it. And it could be noticed that their behavior massively changed at that point, as they looked much like zombies, having trouble moving normally in contrast to their perfect movement before. They left, leaving only one botanic creature in the room, one that stood at the center of the room for a few seconds before heading towards the metallic door to the left of the hall. Just like its predecessor, all it did is rest its head gently on the door for a few seconds before knocking on the door gently with its head one time. A process that can get repeated for eternity provided the required circumstances are ever existing as well. Miles from the ruins, at the team's previous camp, Beyond was seated on a large branch of one of the numerous vibrant massive trees in the forest. His expression was unnaturally calm as he stroked his long black beard lightly, contemplating what his next course of action will be, and the same could be said for Jing as well. He knows what the creatures can do and their full capabilities, why the previous expedition here led to so few survivors. If the Brian so much as touched you, it's certain death. And the same happens if touched by the things it gives birth to, though they die quite quickly, but the Brian can endlessly create more, so it matters not. If it's really like that, then your plans will take much more time than you probably predicted. If anything that dies at the Brian's hands becomes one of them, then Jing directly states his concerns. Hundreds, possibly thousands, continued Beyond in his place in a calm tone, not seeming as bothered by the horrifying implications of what he just said. Thousands, remarked Yasuo, who is lying down on another branch with his eyes closed. Definitely thousands, I saw it myself. By this point, a few hours have passed since the incident, since they left and came back to the camp with the rest of the team, and so did Pariston, who looked quite bored, too bored, and uninterested, quiet. And Yasuo left for about an hour previously and only came back recently for the meeting. He added, I was able to teleport to the last floor and it's extremely dangerous. The environment there is to their absolute advantage, a large forest on a vast floor. The place is a bit strange and special, though I couldn't stay there for long as it became too dangerous even for me. Beyond stroked his beard as a wide smile surfaced on his face, his eyes glittering as he asked Yasuo in anticipation, can you? Yasuo nodded, knowing what he's insinuating. Yeah, I can. But again, I will not be able to stay there for long, and I will not go there many times, as I noticed something. When they noticed an intruder, and they somehow always notice them, they start producing some kind of dust, let's call the botanic dust, and that dust is probably the main reason why any creature that comes in contact with them dies. I'm not sure why the scientists back at the IPA didn't notice it unless it dies after a certain time span. Nevertheless, this means we'll have to use that method one more time lest the circumstances become even more dangerous. Jing narrowed his eyes, picking something from his words. Does that mean that even though the one we killed is dead, it still produces that dust? Yasuo nodded. Yeah, and at extreme quantities as well, though from what I observed, the more time passes the less it produces, so it's probably how they decompose. Ha 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 ha. Beyond simply couldn't hold back his laughter. The dark continent that seemed to once be an unreachable goal now became their plaything as they came back more prepared than ever. We can do that. Natalie, we'll have a lot of work to do for the next month, he remarked, and Natalie nodded, not seeming to mind. Beyond then looked at Yasuo and calmly asked, is there something that you want from this? I honestly didn't expect you'll accept my invitation after I thoroughly investigated you, yet you did, which I'm thankful for, as you made things much easier. So what is that you want? I will fulfill as long as it's not too troublesome. Yasuo slowly opened his eyes and stood up stably on the tree branch. A month, huh? I will tell you what I want when we explore what lies beneath the labyrinth. Until then I will explore the surroundings on my own, and I will come back in less than a month. He didn't give anyone a chance to respond as he teleported through a portal directly after heading to his next destination. Another ancient ruin. The one he's heading to, however, is special, the ruins where an alleged god exists. Chapter 184. What looked like white sand, that's what's on Yasuo's hand at the moment. The crouching Yasuo amidst the ruins and rubbles of what once was a great civilization. The god of choice, huh? Nothing but mere dust amidst the passage of time. Yasuo remarked, looking at once was one of the most horrifying entities in the world. Time extinguished that fact as its power and duty were passed to another successor. The successor is none other than Nanika. No, it's Aluka, and this waddle happened to her without outside interference. Yasuo slowly stood up as the white soft sand flowed down from his hand. The gruesome fate of those who inherit that godly power. Forever to remain within the clutches of two powers. A smile surfaced on Yasuo's face as looked at the sand that was once a living statue of a god and uttered, so who summoned the third force to interfere? Can you answer my question, Joe Epilogus? Time stopped as the dark purple crow on Yasuo's shoulder blinked. There was no afterword, because time started receding so fast until the scenery changed completely. Yasuo was standing in the same location. This time, however, there was no sunlight that shone upon his pale face because it was blocked by the stable roof above his head. The white exquisite building Zig once stood before. Now Yasuo stands within it before the snowy statue that looked down on him. The dying stature looked a bit more rugged than how Zig described him, signaling this is its state after the incident. However, it looks quite lively with a wide grin on its two faces. I know not. You are an intruder, that I know, but how you exist doesn't seem to be something I can ever know. Strange, isn't it? The wide grin isn't a good representative of its current tone, an emotionless tone. Yasuo activated his amplification domain, observing the live statue closely while remarking, I see, so either it's a coincidence, something that happened due to chance, or something else is responsible. The statue didn't affirm or deny, instead, he gave a question of his own. You know, I can force you into the choices right now. The boundary of time isn't that much of an obstacle to me, yet you're here. Yasuo just shook his head. Even if you did, it's useless. You're a flawed existence. You have weaknesses and limitations. Most importantly, your time was up. The statue didn't respond, leaving silence in the hall of the building until Yasuo asked, what is its goal, and who is the enemy that led to the civilization's destruction? The two strange faces of the statue formed a wide grin out of its rocky form. You have a goal and you'll likely end the cycle. I want that to happen. It doesn't have a goal because it's dead, all that's left is a desire that created us. The enemy? I don't know. Yasuo raised his eyebrows in wonder. Oh, you actually answered. Why? The statue slowly started to lift its head high as it looked down on Yasuo even more. The fabric of reality seemed to be changing as its two faces started mixing together, forming an ugly creepy face with a similarly creepy grin as it uttered the strange words in a calm yet arrogant tone. For I'm a god. I'm not to be messed with, nor am I the plaything of a punny dead being. The statue disintegrated into dust, into the snowy sand that was once on Yasuo's hands. Yasuo again lightly shook his head. The environment it has grown and shaped it to be a god, to the point the deep desire that birthed it mattered not to it. In fact, it saw it as an intruder. Before the roof above his head came crumbling down, Yasuo deactivated his vision eye, allowing the scene of him standing amid the crumbled building to return. His ability not only allowed him to see into the future but also to the past, and at a much lower cost. And with his proficiency in the ability, he was able to make that cost even lower, to the point he was able to see tens of years into the past. I already anticipated the source entity is dead and confirmed it a while ago, but I still can't confirm anything about the hidden enemy or how am I here, thought Yasuo as he closed his eyes ready to teleport somewhere. He thought back on the time he had met that strange entity when he was strong enough to survive gazing upon it. When he went to the depths of the planet to face it, and all he saw is an unmoving entity serving as the hot magmatic core of the plant, the strange entity that has never really died, holding on to some kind of desire towards an unknown enemy. As he continuously teleported, Yasuo lifted his left hand and brought his palm to his left ear. The palm, which has a purple circle that shone in grace as he initiated a call, giving a few simple orders. Be ready in 2 hours. Then he continued on his way, teleporting miles each time, and it didn't take him long to pass by the forest in which the Bryans exist. He continued along the coast until he reached a place he deemed suitable as a temporary base east of Lake Mobius. A green plain next to a wide river that goes as far as the eyes can see, and its source is shadowed by distance, signaling for its length, possibly longer than anything seen in Yasuo's previous world. Yasuo judged it's even more colossal than what anyone can imagine. This is the same river the expedition team passed through to reach the Bryan Forest, specifically the second half of the forest, as the river is isolating it completely. And now, he passed hundreds of miles, yet an end was never seen. In fact, the review doesn't seem to wanna end anytime soon. Perhaps its end lies far deeper into the dark continent, to the depths where the true world tree stands shrouded in darkness. Yasuo turned his attention to the surroundings and observed what lies far beyond the river, the wide river with an estimated width of several miles. He observed the gigantic mushroom heads far away, having a mix of white and violet colors, and he can feel numerous life signals in that direction. Well, he can feel them everywhere around him. Some are so massive they're apparent from miles away. Yasuo cleaned up the area for a bit before sitting down on the ground in a meditative position. He created several arrow-eye threads, then called, Medusa, connect these threads to the island at the exact where they're waiting to give me a clear vision to the place and make sure the passage taken is safe and that the threads won't be destroyed. The obedient Medusa appeared with all the snakes on her head looking in a certain direction. Then almost instantly, the job requested was done and Yasuo's aura pool became vacant. After the ritual, Medusa no longer needed the condition of him being in danger to activate her ability, making things much easier, though the cost remained the same. Yasuo held the thread in his hand, as even without his nen, it can still exist, though he won't be able to see through them. All that they are Aranin threads, so he closed his eyes and waited for his aura to regenerate, and it didn't take long for that to happen. His regeneration abilities are truly wondrous, so his aura was quite quick to regenerate, and that says a lot considering how large his current aura pool is. Only then did he started feeding his aura into the threads, opening the eyes that are far away, and he started looking through them. He observed the army of people perfectly lined up to enter the portal that just appeared or started appearing as it continued to expand until it turned into a dark shadow standing upon the island. The portals he created were so massive they allowed for thousands of people to pass at a time. A source portal of similar size to the destination one. They entered from the known world and appeared in the dark continent, or as they perceived it, a vibrant and colorful place that made them take deep breaths, tasting the ample energizing oxygen in the air. Not all the members of the Silver Snake family were sent here, only about 10,000 people, and the rest were left back in the known world to keep their hold there. Morena, the first one to appear from the portal, didn't shy out from clinging to Yasuo and encircling her arms around his neck, then initiating a kiss of passion, showing her love to him for all to see. Though it wasn't long before she became the victim of his controlling hands, and she gladly welcomed it as he brought her closer to his chest. "Have you missed me? Disappearing on me for weeks now?" Morena mischievously asked afterward. And all she got after that is a pinch in her cheeks as Yasuo amusedly remarked, "Stop messing around, let's leave this for later. Now, we have things to do." Morena puffed her cheeks, acting like a child simply to be mischievous. Such a mood killer. Then she started looking around more closely and asked, "Is this where our new home going to be?" "Nah, it's a beautiful place but not to my liking. I can find better. This will a temporary base and perhaps a secondary base down the line." "You don't like it either?" Morena shook her head, answering, "It's one of the most wondrous places I've ever seen, but it just feels a bit bland and dull. I expect much more from the Dark Continent." Yasuo agreed, and he has an idea for where he wants the base to be, but it will take him time to clean it out, so might as well start conquering the Dark Continent from here and go deeper later. This will do for now. Yasuo then observed the 10,000 people lined up, devotedly waiting for orders. Orders he provided, once every one of them heard as if they were whispered in their ears. "Let our fast and easy conquest begin. It won't be a problem, right?" The response was nothing short of a sonic bomb, followed by an earthquake, as each of them screamed their answers while lifting their right legs and hitting the ground beneath them with no hesitation. No. Chapter 185. Beyond was an enhancer, just like his father. The ability he created it is quite simple and has little to no limitations. He creates bubbles. They can be either a bit elastic and absorbent or solid. They can either shrink or expand, and nothing inside can leave unless Beyond allowed it. Nothing that enters can leave, but for something to enter is a bit complicated and takes time, as opening the bubbles is quite hard. That's why Beyond preferred Yasuo use his portal ability. And here, a weakness of the ability becomes quite apparent: teleportation abilities. Except Beyond didn't really intend for it to work that way, so such a weakness mattered not to him. The bubble's main functions are how they expand and shrink, possibly infinitely as long as Beyond can meet the requirement, and he can use them as massive weapons of destruction. He can also use them as small weapons of great destruction by using their shrinking function. In fact, he can also create sonic bombs using them, albeit nowhere as strong as the ones he can create with Natalie's help. And so, that explains the following scene of Beyond standing on a golden bubble that's floating in the middle of the air, static. His arms high up the air as he focused his aura through them to the colossal golden sphere that's slightly shrinking as time passed on until it could shrink no more. What was left is a massive golden sphere with a diameter of 30 meters. He shrank the sphere to its absolute limits, a sphere filled with sound waves that remained just as strong as the day they were released, all due to his ability. One can only wonder how much of a destructive weapon the sphere is. Well, one doesn't have to wonder for long, because Yasuo could be seen standing far below on the ground. With his eyes closed, he was focusing on creating a massive portal large enough for the sphere to pass through. Then he opened his eyes, looking at the dark portal above him, hiding the bright sun above. The bright golden sphere that Beyond just released to the portal at a speed surpassing the speed of sound, like it has little to no weight. Beyond them lightly jumped and fell down on the same bubble, an elastic bubble that returned the force he applied by several times, sending him high in the air. He created another bubble before he starts to fall down, and did the same thing to jump even further into the sky until he created a solid bubble which he stood upon. He then created another one next to him, which Yasuo, who just appeared from a portal, stood upon, only to hear Beyond's loud laughter and obvious sarcasm mumbling his next words, "Ha ha 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 ha. this is so much fun, the dark continent. Ha 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 ha. He seemed like a crazed old man proud of what he's achieving as a wide grin overshadowed his face and he uttered the simple words with a tone of enjoyment, K-bomb. From the depths of the plant, miles below the ground where the massive golden appeared from a portal that disappeared directly after leaving the massive golden asteroid heading towards the ground fall below. The massive explosion was that of the sphere colliding with the ground at the speed of sound and almost instantaneously creating a massive crater and sending debris and trees flying all around. The space on the last floor is massive, extremely massive, a large forest with brine creatures dragging themselves all around. Some knocking on the trees with their round heads acting just as eerie as always. One strange brine falling from high in the air as he just appeared through a portal. The brine that remained on the second floor, how can Yasuo forget about it? The last explosion was triggered by Beyond's words. Not just the compressed sound waves with the sphere but also the compressed air that reached its melting point. The inside of the sphere is so hot it will evaporate anything inside and the pressure is so high it will crush even steel. The sound waves were screaming in pain needing to be freed dearly. They were freed all right. The static destruction within was released free to do whatever it desires. The golden sphere disappeared instantly making the destruction within even more devastating. The following catastrophe looked instantaneous because not even the rocky barriers did anything to stop the sound waves or the following pressure. The ancient stones were frail against such a force and the floors above came crushing down, every was broken down and crushed under the astronomical pressure. The sound even went as far as reaching Yasuo and beyond, and was even heard by the people at the camp miles away. An ear-piercing sound even to them, let alone how it sounded miles below the ground from its source. Poor creatures, such a fragile life form with such a weakness. Not a trace of sympathy was apparent on Beyond's face. Mockery is what was apparent as he asked, "Humans, right?" As if understanding the strange question, Yasuo answered with a smile of entertainment on his face, "Yeah, humans. This expedition was no mere expedition, it's a conquest. Humans learned from their previous losses and prepared well to conquer the Dark Lands. They did what they do best and thought of ways to make what was once impossible possible and turn gods into ants. This wasn't just special to Beyond's team, no. Every team all over the Dark Continent was prepared for what's to come, though things weren't as easy as Beyond had it. The Dark Continent, however, is big, way too big, so there is bound to be some variable that'll get in their way, the unknown they have yet to face or prepare for. Beyond brought a few things from his side pack. A few test tubes filled with blood as per Yasuo's request and their deal. Beyond didn't really have a problem persuading the other team members of obliging to Yasuo's request, and due to several apparent reasons, he didn't see a problem also giving his own blood to Yasuo. He was convinced Yasuo wanted to just research them or something similar, and it's extremely unlikely he would want them for something sinister. Because does he need such underhanded methods? Even Jing didn't mind. The only one to refuse was Periston, the ever-gloomy and bored Periston that became extremely quiet for the past month. The expedition was such a disappointment to him, even living was disappointing at this point because he noticed what Yasuo wants to do. He wants him to lose interest in life by not allowing him to feel any excitement or happiness, and that's all Periston lives for. It's working. I'll explore the ruins a bit before leaving, so good luck in whatever future endeavors you're planning, Yasuo said, ready to leave as he got most of what he's really here for. Beyond raised his brows in surprise. "You'll not take care of Periston before leaving? I thought you would." Beyond was keeping a close eye on each member of the team, and he of course noticed Periston's behavior. He knew of Periston's possible goals way before this but didn't do anything about it because he was extremely useful, though now, there isn't much use of him anymore. Later. That is all Yasuo said before disappearing into his abyss-like portal. His next destination is very close by, in the depths of the labyrinth miles below the ground. He appeared in the catastrophic forest. It still looks green with several trees still standing, but most are scattered everywhere. The crater became much bigger after the second explosion. Yasuo closed his eyes for a second, sensing everything around, ready to use his full capabilities to explore the place. He slowly opened his now scarlet eyes as an exquisite purple armor appeared all over his body, protecting him completely. Only then did he teleported to the ground of the floor. This time using space control. He crouched next to one of the dead Bryans and created an amplification domain around it. The dust every Bryan body and the whole forest is releasing didn't manage to reach him at all. Mud, a muddy blue fluid inside the creature's round head. The fluid that acted as the blood of the creature moving inside its veins slowly, though now, it's still. The creature is dead. The human body is just that, a human body of a once living human, and the intruder is the round smooth head. An innocent parasite that gives birth to other parasites through the dust it spreads once it notices a viable host for its children. Just a creature that wants to live and wants its children to live. A strange creature consisting of simple muddy fluids, and the brain is its round head. It's not in any way intelligent, but it has instincts and limitations. The muddy fluid inside its round head especially works in some strange way. It works through vibrations, small and almost unnoticeable vibrations that will need an extremely loud noise to disturb. This is the Bryan's weakness. A big enough of a disturbance of its frequency result in death. The deadliest creature isn't so strong after all. Co, a plant that can cure all diseases and sicknesses. It's everywhere in the forest, though most are partially destroyed but are still usable, and Yasuo took some. He also took other plants that look interesting while exploring the floor thoroughly. The rubbles of the higher floors did nothing to stop his domain. As his feet touched the satiated and vibrant ground, he muttered, looking below him, the source should be below, deep into the ground. Then he disappeared, diving deep into the ground, going for miles under his space control and ignoring the rocky and muddy ground he's going through as if he's intangible. He also noticed something previously. The ancient civilization that once lived upon this ground and built the labyrinth was trying to dig ever deeper, because they also knew the source of this strangeness is deep below their feet. He noticed an underground tunnel leading in the same direction he's heading to, though it was cut off not far into the depths. They were unsuccessful either due to the calamities above or they just gave up. They would have been unsuccessful anyway, as Yasuo's goal was tens of miles below the furthest depth they reached, a hopeless endeavor. Not for Yasuo, as he floated in the middle of a massive vacant space. Bright red lava passed through the dark ground. The space is extremely large and seems to surround the object spurting from the center. Holes with no apparent end. Yasuo knows why such vacant holes exist in such a place. These are the holes left by colossal creatures that passed by here, leaving a bright pathway deep underground. Yasuo set his eyes upon that strange object in the center. A transparent cone-shaped object with some kind of static liquid inside. The most striking things, however, are the bright purple lines running all over the object. Perfect, he thought. Chapter 186. Yasuo set his eyes upon that strange object in the center. A transparent cone-shaped object with some kind of static liquid inside. The most striking things, however, are the bright purple lines running all over the object. Perfect, he thought. Violet lines, the signature mark of his violet rose ability, though it's quite apparent those lines were there for a while, more than 5 seconds, which is the limit of his violet rose. The only natural conclusion is his delayed rose, which is a part of the ability, though it can last infinitely as long as he's alive and can handle the continuous consumption. If his aura pool was to be fully expended, then it'll remain existing but won't be spreading anymore. The purple lines will remain unmoving until his aura becomes available. Yasuo didn't touch it. Instead, he turned his attention to something his domain picked. He then directly teleported to the side of the flaring holes all around. He lightly touched the rocky wall before him, only for it to disintegrate in his hands into nothing but mere sand. What lied beyond is what at first look appeared to be a massive dark rock. Yasuo, however, knows betters. A dead creature. What he's looking at is the dry skin of a dead creature, what looks like a colossal serpent. Not just that, he can see several of such creatures all around surrounding the transparent object, hidden behind the muddy and hard rocks that acted as the curtain that slowly shadowed the creatures through generations. This isn't Yasuo's first time seeing such creatures, as this wasn't the first time he headed to the depths of the planet. When he was strong enough to ignore their threat and the creature that lies at the core, he saw them. He saw even more dangerous creatures deeper in the massive planet, living ones. Not a sign of life was noticed anywhere close to the transparent object. Another creature, or a part of the creature at least, a part spurting from the depths of the planet and sucked the life of anything that went near. Yasuo smiled after completing his observation. Thankfully I prepared, else all I would have faced there is death. And I saw into the future. All I saw is death until I was strong enough. Yasuo lightly lifted his right hand, in which a tube appeared filled with some kind of dark blue liquid. I worked so hard to make you, and I guess it's time. Z sequence 10253, do what you were made for. Under my complete control, of course. Then the blue liquid within the tube was teleported directly from inside to the insides of the white transparent object before him, spreading within the muddy white liquid inside and painting it in its color. Yasuo didn't wait to see what'll happen, nor was he interested in seeing the results. He directly started teleporting away back to the surface where the warm sunlight can again shine upon his pale face. He stood above the ground and lifted his hand, in which another test tube appeared, an empty one that soon became filled with a red liquid, the blood of Periston, who is miles away. He definitely noticed, and I'm sure he's extremely angry and depressed by this point. Thought Yasuo with amusement apparent in his eyes. Anyway, my collection has been completed, so I'm done here. For now. He then headed back to the new base of the Silver Snake, a large walled village next to the river. Across the past month, Morena's loyal subordinates were working quite hard on building what could be called a temporary base. The materials were transported through Yasuo's portal, then they started their work, and they finished it in just about 2 weeks with the help of Yasuo as well as Morena. Both have an arsenal of abilities, and some are useful in such fields. After which, about 6,000 of their henchmen were left in the settlement, and the rest spread around exploring the surroundings. Each was given a job suitable for their talents or abilities if they have any. The exploration unit was being led by Aurelian, who joined them again after Yasuo teleported him to the settlement with his subordinates. Yasuo regularly brought new batches of henchmen from the New World, increasing their numbers, a process they plan on continuing until most of the family is here. They will switch their headquarters from the island to the Dark Continent and leave the island as a secondary base. And for that, Yasuo was working on another project he just finished not long ago. Inside the settlement lies a giant half-moon structure made of metal. Some kind of strange patterns were engraved all over it, bringing a sense of elegance and mysteriousness to the structure. The half-moon structure was closed by a similarly engraved metallic platform below it. They were tightly connected to each other, allowing the structure to proudly stand upon the settlement. Will it really work? How? Even with how much you explained it to me, I'm still puzzled about how such a thing is possible. Morena, who is standing next to Yasuo, couldn't help but wonder, observing the work of art before her. This is the second one she had seen, the other one Yasuo delivered back to the island. With unwavering confidence, Yasuo answered calmly as he walked closer to the structure. It will work, though only you, Aurelian, and Cashew will be able to activate it, but it will definitely work. Yasuo didn't explain any further. Instead, he started feeding his gentle, calm aura into the structure. That seems to trigger something, as the patterns on it started lighting up, getting brighter and brighter the more they devoured. Yasuo's extremely refined and compressed aura allowed him to activate the platform in no more than a minute, where others would take hours. A portal is what appeared within the half-moon structure. The same as the portals Yasuo creates appearing, filling the semicircle on the platform. Yasuo then held the stunned Morena's small hand and guided her into the portal while explaining. It will take you more time to activate it, but it will always work as long as the fuel is available and it can be opened from either side. They walked through it, appearing right next to the headquarters in the island where Yasuo built another platform. Both of them are the source and the destination, but all the rules of Yasuo's portal's ability are also applied to them because that ability is what gave birth to such a work of art. Even with her trust and belief in Yasuo and his abilities, Morena was still thoroughly left speechless with the prospect of such creation. If he creates more of them or other architects with different functionalities, then you really like to make the impossible possible, remarked Morena as she leaned into his chest, relaxing in his embrace. Accelerate the moving process, in fact, get some now while the portal is opened. It should stay active for about an hour, though you can shut it down at any point by simply focusing your aura on it with that intent, ordered Yasuo while caressing her silky hair, and continued, I'll be away for a few hours, okay? Morena nodded, enjoying his gentle touch. Just don't be late. I missed you, you know? Yasuo was a bit amused knowing what she means, so he just gently kissed her forehead, saying, I'll be right on time, so don't worry. Yasuo didn't go too far. He went to the mushroom forest close by beyond the river, though closed by in the dark continent means a few hundred miles. He sat down on the tallest mushroom he found, ignoring all the dangerous creatures around. He closed his eyes and focused on his own body, on his genes that are working on evolving all the time. A change could be noticed on them, a change that wasn't there or was hidden. Some kind of strange patterns appearing as if engraved on his genetic structure. Those patterns also appear engraved on all of his organs, though they're so small they're completely unnoticeable to anyone else. The patterns appear to be working as some kind of gears, turning continuously and accelerating his constant evolution and changing his genetic structure constantly, or evolving alongside him. It took more than I predicted, remarked Yasuo after observing them for a while. The patterns are the result of his research, the result of the silver liquid he gave to Miriam to drink. And the result was satisfying. They started spreading to his every gene and only finished that process recently. Patterns that will evolve alongside him and gain new functions as they evolve. Patterns in his every cell and gene, and their basic functions are simply ridiculous. One of them is strengthening his body, the same inscriptions he inscribes on things to make them harder to destroy. Now, his already strong body has become much stronger. Its primary function, however, is quite simple: amplification. Amplifying the evolution process and making it faster, as well as amplifying every function of his genes. Next is, suddenly several test tubes appeared hovering in the air in front of him. He started drinking the dark red blood one by one, leaving the most important one to last. The last test tube, which has a bit of Jing's blood, he slowly drank it, allowing his genes to gain a valuable addition that'll push their functionality and power to a much higher level. After all, Jing can also mimic other people's abilities. He remained static in his place for a few hours until he adapted completely to the new blood and the evolution process continued again. Yasuo then slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to his left, looking in a certain direction. Should I visit them today? Perhaps until tomorrow. I'll go with Morena and take it as a small vacation, he thought before disappearing into the void of space. Chapter 187. Yasuo and Morena landed on a brown dry ground that went on for as far as the eyes can see. The air was humid and hot, and life was rare in the surroundings. A colossal mountain could be seen far away, possibly hundreds of miles away, yet its astonishing size made it quite apparent, and one can easily judge that the closer to the mountain the hotter it is. The mountain is an active volcano ready to liberate itself to the world, and a warning that approaching means death, living near it means death. Yet here is Morena and Yasuo looking at the artifactual structures only a few miles away. One can easily conclude the buildings are made by the hands of intelligent beings. Those intelligent beings appear to be humans, as Yasuo and Morena both can see. Morena blinked as they appeared closer to the buildings only 100 meters away. About 2 dozens of buildings, some relatively small, and some are massive with numerous holes all over them. That's what makes them look like buildings. In reality, they're just well-structured rocks the humans within modified to become suitable to live in. Ladders could also be noticed all over the buildings, ladders of ropes. They are connected from the holes to the ground, allowing the inhabitants to go in and out. Just like how several other humans started climbing down the ladder while the rest already stood facing the unknown intruders. Humans of all ages wearing what looks like a uniform of sorts, the same design but various colors, though most are wearing a red one. A clear design of a red sun was on their every outfit. A red shining sun surrounded by a circle. Aside from their clear scarlet eyes, they look like normal humans. Yasuo started walking closer, holding Morena's hand, who also did the same. The clan similar to the Courtois clan didn't seem to be minding. Instead, an old woman walked to the front of her people with a harmless smile on her face and waited for the strange and unexpected visitor to get near. Long grayish hair falling down her waist, no taller than about 5 feet. Her skin was just a tad bit tanned like every other person her age of the clan, while the young ones don't seem to be affected by the scorching sun. "Welcome, welcome visitor, it has been a long time since we meet an outsider, so excuse our unenthusiastic welcome," welcomed the granny with a harmless soft tone. "Don't worry about it. We also didn't expect to meet anyone in such a dangerous place," replied Yasuo to the granny, who appeared to be the leader of the tribe. The other people around her were showing obvious signs of their respect for her as they stood a bit behind her, not interjecting at all. The granny opened her narrow eyes a bit, observing the surprising visitors before remarking something interesting. "Outsiders? Oh, you meet people like us before?" wondered Yasuo, picking up the hint. The harmless granny again closed her eyes and responded, "Ho ho. It has been a long time, but I remember meeting an outsider, just one naughty boy. I didn't expect other outsiders to arrive after so many years. Hopefully, you're not as naughty as him." A small smile surfaced on Yasuo's face and held it back from becoming even wider after noticing a few things. The slight killing intent released from some of the people behind her, so faint it's almost unnoticeable, and it was released the moment the word outsider left her mouth. He also picked up something else as well. The granny could be much older than what one might think if the boy she's talking about is Don Freaks. Yasuo knows he's alive and also knows that Don set out to the Dark Continent quite young, but not that young. He was definitely in his 20s, yet she's calling him a boy as if she's much older, unless she only met him recently and thought he's that young because he looks as such. "How about inviting us in and finding out? I was taught to be a respecting guest since young, but how about seeing it for yourself?" His calm and serene expression makes one think none of what comes out of his mouth can be lies. He truly looked like the most sincere person out there, a sincerity only rivaled by the granny before him. "Ho ho, of course, excuse my rudeness. Please follow me, and everyone, go back to what you were doing." With an air of gentleness around her, she invited them in. Her people hastily obeyed and went back to their own business, not worried about the strange visitors at all. The granny led the two to the tallest building in the trib with a well-maintained ladder to the top hole. She however turned her head to Yasuo and asked, "Would you do this granny a favor and take her up? Perhaps using the trick you used before?" Yasuo smiled and opened a portal in front of her that led exactly to the large hole. The granny praised without much change in her expression, "Splendid indeed." The other outsider also had a few tricks like that. They entered into the portal, finally seeing what's in the hole. An exquisite wooden door she opened and entered a large hall. Everything within the hall was well made and had a sense of elegance, and everything seems new. They're not that primitive of people after all, clean and elegant. "Please have a seat." "Can you do such tricks as well?" casually asked Yasuo after sitting down on the dark brown chair. Morena on the other hand started strolling around the hall, observing the tens of statues placed around. The old granny shook her head while keeping a close eye. "Okay Morena, I wish I could have avoided so many bad things and helped my tribe stay safer if I did." A trace of sadness appeared on her face, reminiscing the past, and a trace of regret that would force even the coldest of hearts to feel sympathy. Yet you survived and even built yourselves a home in such a dangerous place. How? Yasuo however directly asked a question, not giving the strange granny time to finish her reminiscing. The granny let out a sigh as she answered softly with apparent firmness and belief in her tone, "The only reason we're alive and safe to this day is because of our belief. Because of the protection of our caring great God." Her tanned face shone in bright light, or so it appeared as she showed her devotion to her soul God. Even in darkness, He shines upon us and shines within. He is the light of the day and the fire that warms our heart. The Sun God. Her eyes were closed, muttering in prayer and what looks like pure devotion, until she opened her eyes saying, "That's our belief in what protects us from the dark." Yasuo's expression didn't change, but he was thoroughly amused by the perfection of the act before him. Does she truly believe what she's saying, or was she living and alive for so long it became truth to her? Yasuo didn't entertain her behavior for too long. Instead, he asked another question, "Are there more people here? People like you? Other tribes?" The air turned a bit gloomy after his question as the old granny looked downcast, remembering some other memories, and answered with a tone of hatred and disappointment. There is a tribe like mine. However, it's a tribe of barbarians and vile people who only care about chaos and murder. People that were once one of us, but they have gone astray." Yasuo lightly stroked his earring in contemplation before asking one last question, the shining scarlet eyes. "How did you get them? Is it also a gift from your God?" The granny narrowed her eyes even more, looking into his beautiful silver eyes, and strangely avoided answering honestly. "Why would you think they're a gift? It's just something natural of our people." "I see, it's just because someone outside also has those eyes and he becomes much stronger when they shine, though you guys seem to keep them active all the time." "Well, it doesn't matter, we'll be on our way." "Wait," shouted the granny with her eyes wide, the first time she lost her composure since the start of the interaction. In fact, it has been hundreds of years since she lost her composure against the naughty boy. She continued, "There are other people like us. How? How many are there?" She bombarded him with questions and almost slipped and said something she can't say. Yasuo kept that slip up in mind and answered as he created a portal in front of him, "I don't know much about them, but they were apparently a clan isolated in a certain region, though they were massacred and only one person survived." Morena took one last look at the obvious statue of a shining sun in the middle of the hall before going with Yasuo into the portal. "She's so weird and creepy, it was really hard looking at her," remarked Morena after they walked out of the portal. A hint of contempt was apparent in her eyes. "Haha, yeah, she is quite weird, but it's not like you're not as manipulative as her now, is it?" Yasuo let out a small laugh before responding. Morena just shrugged her shoulders and responded, "It's okay when we do it, but not when other people do it, especially so blatantly in front of us. The audacity of some people." Yasuo was again amused with Morena's spoiled and narcissistic behavior as he held her hand and remarked, "Well, you seem to be planning your revenge, so it doesn't matter, right?" That seemed to light up her mood as a sunny smile surfaced on her face, and with a cheerful tone, she said, "Yup, I put my poisonous seed right within her fake god under her nose. It's funny, isn't it?" She simply couldn't hold her laugh by the end. Yasuo brought his little devilish wife closer to his chest and said before teleporting away again, "You're certainly entertaining. Hey hunters. Quick break and fact time. Might need a better name for it, but did you know that Killua's skateboard is canonically named Wheelie? It's only ever shown briefly early on, but yes, it has a name. Let's keep going." Chapter 188. "Delicious," remarked Yasuo with his eyes closed in pure satisfaction. A piece of appetizing meat was hovering in front of him. Next to that piece of meat is a silver exquisite pot also hovering, and one can clearly notice that he is focusing a bit of his aura into that closed pot. As if an invisible knife unrivaled in sharpness cut through the piece of meat, it was instantly cut into several smaller pieces. He continued to slowly eat the small pieces of meat slowly in enjoyment. Is there anything in the Dark Continent that's not as delicious? The Dark Continent doesn't seem to be a suitable name anymore, wondered Yasuo as he opened his eyes. Life is abundant in the Dark Continent, too much life even, everywhere. Wondrous creatures. Yasuo made sure to research, and his new ability made that quite easy. The ability he mimicked from Sanchi, the pot floating before him. One of the most interesting abilities he has seen to date, though his proficiency in using it is just average, but his progress is phenomenal. He was comfortably sitting down while observing the beautiful scenery under the vibrant moonlight. The colorful night sky under the numerous bright stars and light sources of this strange universe. He was watching and relaxing as the scenery continuously changed. He wasn't moving, nor was he teleporting around, but what he's mounting is moving. A massive dinosaur that looks similar to a Giganotosaurus, with an apparent series of spinal sharp nodes doing down its back to its tail and bringing a touch of red to its dark brown color. The massive dinosaur had been strolling around quietly under his instructions, not daring to disobey. A lot of creatures in the Dark Continent seem to have good enough intellect to understand a few things, nowhere near humans but still intelligent to understand Yasuo's simple signals. The dinosaur seemed to be one of the dominant force around the area, as most creatures that sees it escape hastily. That is, if they can of course escape the range of the massive fire-breathing machine that is the dinosaur. Though it rarely attacks, Yasuo usually hunts for animals himself to taste. However, the dinosaur seems to hold some kind of deep hatred towards specific kinds of animals, an animal similar to Gastornis, massive flightless birds, around 8-meter-tall birds sporting an enormously large, intimidating beak. An extremely swift animal that seems to like to mess around and annoy the massive intimidating dinosaur Yasuo's mounting. Extremely fast and lean, as well as its ability to jump many times its height allowed it to mess around with most things around safely, except the one Yasuo has been eating, as he wanted to taste it. His next destination is undetermined, as he is basically just strolling around and exploring the continent slowly at his own pace. He was enjoying his stay in the Dark Continent, as so far it's basically his playground. He met so few things that could pose danger to him. His stay in the Dark Continent is kind of a vocation to him, and he's planning to take his time exploring it. After all he needs is time before the end. So he took his time exploring around while working on mimicking the abilities he can mimic but needs training to fully mimic them, just like how he mimicked Sanchi's conjuration ability, but some need much more time in training. He can however multitask. In fact, it's one of his strong suits, so even while relaxing, he is training on mimicking a few abilities. One of them is Miriam's Photon's ability. Okay, Liz, just right here. You can go. After which, Yasuo jumped from its back. The massive dinosaur acted like a scared kitten and directly escaped into the horizon, leaving a whirl of dust behind it. Yasuo didn't pay any heed to the animal anymore. Instead, he turned his attention to the astonishing scenery before him. The scenery that seems to strangely scare any animals of coming any close, as even the massive lizard Yasuo was mounting was tense coming close to this location. What lay before his eyes is a colossal hole that goes so deep into below the ground one can only see darkness looking down. A diameter of a mile and an undetermined depth. A gloomy and eerie air around it, keeping any intruders from approaching. The place was unwelcoming of visitors. Yasuo sat down comfortably on the edge of the circle-shaped hole and lightly lifted his hand, sending several invisible strings into the dark depths of the hole. Arrow-eye threads which allowed him to see what's in the dark. He manipulated them to go deeper and deeper until he finds the end, while observing everything around to make sure he misses nothing. Yasuo raised his brows after reaching the end because he found nothing. The end is just like the start. The whole hole is strangely shaped. The hole was shaped like a perfect spotless cylinder down to the bottom, as even the ground at the bottom of the hole was completely flat. Interesting, remarked Yasuo, a perfect cylinder shape, huh? Just what happened here? The air here is definitely strange and eerie. Most importantly, I can sense the dark vile aura all around, the aura of the phenomenal called Nen after dead or something similar. Whatever happened, something or many things died here, or perhaps it's something I don't know about. Though Yasuo, while lightly stroking his earring as a purple crow appeared standing on his shoulder. It blinked then disappeared after the future Yasuo thoroughly investigated the place more closely. Just in case. He then stood up and teleported above a certain creature not far away. It's your turn now. Let's see. I will call you Sunflower? Anyway, be a good boy and go in that direction. The strange creature was stunned, frozen, not knowing what to do. It was minding its business, eating its prey, only to feel something suddenly sitting on its back. The reason he gave the peculiar creature such an unoriginal name is simply because of how its head looks. A long yellow neck and its head that looks exactly like a sunflower except for the addition of its big round yellow eyes. The same shining petals and a large mouth just below its eyes. Such a harmless-looking creature was strangely feeding on a large dinosaur-looking animal, much larger than him. That's strange considering the four-legged creature has no teeth at all. Yet it was consuming the meaty animal like butter, something Yasuo clearly noticed as he said, noticing the sunflower is still frozen, not moving at all. Let me help you out until you can walk on your own. To the creature's horror, its body betrayed it and started moving on its own, and it found itself unable to move it at all. Yasuo continued to control the creature through his invisible strings until he deemed that Sunflower understood what it has to do, and only then did he release his threads. Afterward, the creatures continued moving. It seems to be extremely proficient in controlling its expression, or it's something natural to Sunflower's kind. Perhaps aside from blinking and moving their mouths to eat, they can't show any expression. Suddenly Yasuo tapped on the creature's head, remarking, "That won't work on me. It's useless, so just stop lest I evaporate you like you melt and consume your praise, okay?" Sunflower was frozen still for a few seconds before it continued moving as per Yasuo's instructions, and it indeed stopped what it was doing. It stopped releasing the dust-like particles in the air, extremely small yellow particles almost completely impossible to see with the naked eye, especially considering the particles' color is similar to the soil beneath their feet. The creature was large enough for Yasuo to remain comfortably seated on its back as he just stayed silent while the creature was lightly running towards the destination pointed by Yasuo. Until Yasuo brought a piece of fresh raw meat from nowhere and threw it in front of the creature, saying, "This is your reward. Perhaps I'll give you more if you behave well." A small piece of meat should entice the creature or appease him, considering Yasuo interrupted his large meal. However, the moment Sunflower laid its eyes on it, it started salivating. It instantly deemed it precious and full of energy, and indeed, it is. That is the meat of one of the dominant forces of this region, something Sunflower never tasted because its powers are useless against it. The meat of a Giganotosaurus, an animal burning inside, so hot Sunflower's particles can't go anywhere inside it, hence useless. Even its meat is so hard very few in the Dark Continent can even eat or chew it. Sunflower happened to be one of them as it let its saliva fall onto the meat before bringing it to its mouth. A lump of meat that started to melt like butter getting heated up, all under Sunflower's innocent and normal-looking saliva. And so, the meat turned liquid and flowed down into its small belly. Sunflower's eyes were sparkling, showing its satisfaction towards the new delicious meal it just ate. It then continued running with a bit more vigor but not any remarkable speed as Yasuo noted his findings. A cautious and intelligent species, with remarkable gifts. It's certainly interesting. "Can you talk and communicate?" asked Yasuo, to which the creature nodded and started humming in response. Humming that released obvious sound waves all around, some special kind of sound waves. That got Yasuo's interest as his eyes lit up and did a small experiment. "Can you hear me?" Yasuo simply started talking, and sound waves were released from his mouth and spread all around. However, not one of those sound waves reached Sunflower. Sunflower looked a bit puzzled because it saw Yasuo's mouth move but it couldn't understand anything. "It's okay, just continue moving. so it can translate sound into words without the need for understanding anything about the language or something similar. Thought Yasuo with interest apparent in his eyes as he drank shining yellow blood from a test tube that appeared out of nowhere, blood that sought to melt his inside if not for his miraculous genes devouring it first. The most interesting creature I've seen so far, even in contrast to the Bryans, so cunning. Though Yasuo in amusement as they walked into a large oasis with tall trees everywhere. Sunflower was following Yasuo's instructions, but it was also working on its own cunning plan, changing directions ever so slightly to reach this oasis where a trap was already set up. Yasuo found himself being entertained for every second he was on the dark continent. This wondrous land never ceases to amaze and amuse him. So when it showed me how to communicate, it also delivered some information to its kind. Quite cunning indeed. He thought as several other sunflowers appeared from between the trees with their mouths wide open. Chapter 189. Yasuo found himself being entertained for every second he was on the dark continent. This wondrous land never ceases to amaze and amuse him. So when it showed me how to communicate, it also delivered some information to its kind. Quite cunning indeed. He thought as several other sunflowers appeared from between the trees with their mouths wide open. They opened their wide mouths that have no teeth at all, just a long golden tongue with a ball of some kind of fluid strangely static on it until they released it. An ambush of fluid bullets that actually move at an astonishing speed, all moving towards Yasuo. Only for portals to appear in their way, sending them far away. Just in case, however, the sunflowers started running towards Yasuo directly after firing with their mouths wide open, seeking to melt him until they couldn't move anymore, remaining frozen. Sunflower also found itself frozen, unable to move at all before its kind even fired the fluid bullet. "Quite naughty, aren't you?" remarked Yasuo with amusement apparent in his eyes. "But you don't seem to have many tricks up your sleeve. Now, just behave." A portal appeared before him as he said that, and Sunflower involuntarily walked into it. To the bizarre creature's horror, they appeared in its home, in its kind's home. A vast desert-like place with numerous trees surrounding the place, acting as a wall to the tribe. The soft yellow sand was shining under the warm sunlight with tens of what looked like actual sunflowers. Plants spurting from the sand and facing the bright sun, massive sunflowers. However, it's not that hard to determine that each of these plants is actually living beings in disguise. Sunflower creatures that buried most of their body in the sun and let their neck and face the warm dear sun. Their extremely thin and long neck allowed for that to be extremely hard to detect. And the species usually uses this method to either hide or kill prey by releasing their golden particles around them and waiting for anything to come close to them. Preys that will die not knowing how at all or even detect anything. The sunflower creatures with their eyes and mouths closed look just like any other normal sunflower plant except much bigger. The strange creature's settlement was not far from where Yasuo was before, and with using his arrow-eye threads to look around constantly, he was able to easily find it. Yasuo set his eyes on the center of the tribe where strange statues were standing. His domain, however, allowed him to see something else, something easily noticed. Those are no mere statues, those are the remains of what once were living creatures. The bones of the dead, the golden bones forming a shape similar to sunflower's bone structure, as well as grayish bones forming what looks like a massive dinosaur, a fire-breathing Giganotosaurus. The fossil of the sunflower creature was clearly standing over the massive Giganotosaurus fossil, signifying its victory over it. The fossils were clearly well maintained and kept under perfect conditions, especially for the golden sunflower fossil. It is a strange thing to see at the center of a tribe of animals, but not too strange considering they're quite intelligent and cunning. The fossil of the Giganotosaurus is enough proof of that. Either they just found it and brought it here, or as the scene clearly tells, the golden fossil is one of their kind who somehow successfully hunted down a Giganotosaurus somehow, someone they perhaps worship for his achievement. Yasuo scanned the place with his domain thoroughly before vanishing as fast as he appeared, though he did take one of the sleeping creatures with him for research purposes. It wasn't long after before he headed in another direction, continuing his own small adventure by nightfall. This time, he started flying himself instead of mounting some other creature. He flew high into the sky, investigating an abnormality he noticed. Sky life isn't nearly as abundant as he expected. And the higher altitude he reaches, the rarer it becomes. He noticed that flying creatures mostly remain not too far from the ground, and not one of them goes more than 100 miles above the ground. Most remain quite low, but the ferocious ones fly to that height. However, even those seem to be scared of going any higher, because what lies just a bit above is the dark sinister clouds that hide the dark continent in a veil of darkness. The warm sun seems to strangely go through some of those dark clouds, bringing the light of day to the continent, but the dark clouds rarely disappear. Throughout his stay in the wondrous continent, Yasuo rarely saw clear night skies. It's a rare sight, as the dark curtain rarely dissipates, if ever. In fact, even in the clearest of night skies, numerous dark clouds remain high up the sky in the strange world Yasuo's in. The hunters of the sky know that there is an even more dangerous hunter above those clouds, and they feel their instincts scream at them if they ever wish to see what lies beyond. Yasuo flew through those dark clouds, facing the world that lies beyond. The beautiful shining night sky, and nothing too interesting to see, completely vacant. Yasuo let his invisible threads loose and spread them all around, going in all directions, exploring what he can't see. All his domain can pick is the strange dark clouds that are obviously a BT affected by some kind of energy extremely similar to Nen. Slowly a small smile surfaced on Yasuo's face as he laid his eyes on the hunter of the dark sky. Dragons, pitch-black dragons sleeping on some of the dark clouds as if it's a solid bed. Not many, but enough to title themselves as the rules of the high sky. The dark clouds seem to be their own natural or artificial nest, and it's apparent that the closer to a certain place the more nests there are. Yasuo landed on one of the habituated clouds, feeling the smoothness of the cloud as well as its firm state. He also noticed that the moment he made contact with the dark cloud is the moment the sleeping dragon opened its eyes and spread its vast dark wings. Its also dark mouth opened, showing its sharp sword-like teeth. Dark massive teeth the same as its tongue. A colossal dragon that weighs thousands of pounds, 4 legs with 3 sharp massive claws on each. It's completely scaled with dark spotless scales all over its body. Some are more pointed and sharp than others, with the ones on its spinal cords being extremely deadly, shaped like a cone. The only light source the dragon has, the only part that reflects light, is its eyes that are completely purple with no iris to be seen. However, the dragon can see, or at least, it looks like it, as it opened its bright purple eyes looking directly at Yasuo, and opened its large sinister mouth as widely as it can. Then it roared. The roar was loud, too loud to the point it seemed to mess with space in front of it, but that's not the danger Yasuo paid attention to. He paid attention to the dark smoke-like substance coming out of its mouth so fast it seems to ignore the presence of space. Not just that, even the dark clouds around started moving, trying to consume Yasuo as they changed properties. They were no longer those softy solid clouds, they became that extremely hot smoke that seems to absorb light around it, making the place even darker than it already is. The smoke was extremely hot in its own special way, acting strangely and basically evaporating anything in its way, to the point that even the skin of Yasuo was simply disappearing. Until he teleported away, his expression not changing at all. He was looking at his current state with apparent interest. Completely naked, as his clothes simply vanished just like his skin. His skin appeared as if it was evaporated from existence, leaving only his exoskeleton that was hidden behind his skin. However, even his exoskeleton was showing signs of slowly dissipating, demonstrating the monstrosity of the said dragon, one of many dragons hidden in the dark. Natural abilities that use Nen, but even more dangerous than what most intelligent humans can ever hope to achieve, remarked Yasuo, observing the black substance that suddenly appeared in front of him. A black boiling liquid substance that looks even more dangerous than the dark smoke that was nearly fatal to him, the dragon's blood. He easily evaded the dragon's attacks by teleporting around and let his regenerative abilities do their work without using negative rows at all, or the zombie organisms. In fact, not one zombie organism was inside his body because he can do much more than what the zombie organisms can do. He himself is an advanced version of the organisms. His genes fully absorbed any intruder within his body, not allowing anything alive not completely under his control to exist inside. Not one microorganism exists inside, even the useful ones, because he doesn't need them anymore as all humans do. He absorbed them all, and all of their functions were thereby replicated, just like he replicated the zombie organisms' functions, though they're still extremely useful in other fields, just not within his body. Then he appeared completely intact without even a trace of harm on his pale vampire-like naked body. Yasuo then looked around in various directions, sensing many similar life signals as the dragon's. It seems I don't have much time and I'm not interested in too much trouble this early, so let's finish this, shall we? Yasuo then appeared only about 100 meters before the mighty dragon. He spread his arms a bit apart and closed his bright scarlet eyes and started pulling them even further from each other. The moment he spread his arms was the moment two massive purple arms appeared around the dragon, an arm on each side of the dragon only a few meters away. As per his body movement, the arms also started pulling away from each other, pulling the obvious purple string that appeared out of nowhere. It appeared around the dragon's neck with the tip of the string in each of the arms. They started pulling away, thereby tightening the string around the mighty dragon's neck. It all happened so fast the dragon barely had any time to react before his neck was cut clean. Yasuo appeared on the dragon's back, lightly touching its surprisingly warm scales. Much cooler than my family dragon, and seems to be one of the stronger ones. A dragon for a mount, huh? Remarked Yasuo as they started falling below the dark clouds, as he waited for the dragon to thoroughly die. Only then did he connect its neck to its body again and used his negative rows to completely heal the dragon. Then he lightly walked towards its head as they fell from the high sky rapidly, but the ground of the dark continent was still nowhere to be seen, or appeared just vaguely, there at that high of an altitude. Yasuo crouched with a small smile on his pale face and brought a long pitch-black needle before inserting it into the dragon's head, a dead yet living dragon mount, huh? Chapter 190. No one to protect the place, huh? An unprotected ritual place, either they're all dead or they know nothing can destroy it. Noted Yasuo as he landed above a tall cylinder stone among the many stones around, though the one he landed on is the tallest of the bench and the one at the center. The stones were perfectly placed to form a rhombus shape. Each stone had a sense of ancientness but just looked quite exquisite, making it apparent that it stood the test of time. The gracefulness mostly comes from the perfectly engraved inscriptions on the pillars, a barrier, one of the more complex ones. Remarked Yasuo as he stepped away from the tall pillar, yet strangely, instead of falling to the ground, he remained standing on the same height. Even stranger is the fact that this wasn't the result of his control domain or any ability of his. There is an invisible barrier surrounding the place, stopping anything from endangering the sacred place. No from below the ground or above, yet Yasuo found himself standing within the ritual site, bypassing the barrier by tearing apart the fabric of space. Nothing too interesting, most are inscriptions I already know. Remarked Yasuo after observing the place for a bit. After which, he teleported outside the barrier and lightly jumped a few hundred meters to the sky, finding his silent loyal mount waiting for him. Yasuo gently landed on the black dragon's back. The dragon was strangely just resting above a dark static cloud in the middle of the air, a cloud of its own creation. Yasuo comfortably sat on its back and ordered, "Darko, go in that direction." Only then did the dragon deeply inhale the air and the surroundings, specifically the dark cloud he was resting upon. He spread his large and massive wings as he started falling until that turned into flying higher and higher into the sky. The remaining dark substance left beneath his wings helped a lot in that. Dark dragons have a massive advantage in the sky as they learned how to use their powers to fly smoother and faster. The dark substance has both destructive properties and defensive ones. The latter can be used in some wondrous ways, just like how the dragons in the high sky use it as a nest. In a location not far from the ritual location, an obvious artificial building could be seen, what looks like a stadium or a coliseum, not too well made but looked like it stood the test of time. Life seems to be abundant within the coliseum as the sound of human cheers and screams reverberated all around. A massive coliseum with many humans inside. The coliseum seems to be well decorated, especially with a beautiful purple rose. This kind of rose could be seen everywhere in the coliseum and its surroundings. The burning torch lighting up the coliseum brought even more beauty to the scene, especially with the obvious smell of blood within, blood the audience seemed to enjoy. Blood of their enemies, of their archnemesis as well as their kind. Their choice of outfits seems to be quite similar, very light clothes, mostly white clothes decorated with purple accessories and what looks like a fresh purple rose, the same kind of roses scattered everywhere. It seems to be a symbol of their because some of their accessories are just a replica of that same rose. Most importantly, close to the highest point of the Colosseum lies an exquisite statue of that same rose. The seating sections surrounding the arena were completely full of numerous men and women, even children. The most striking location, however, is the apparent elegant podium, the most prominent position in the Colosseum, looking down on the arena. The only one there is the ruler of these people. A tall muscled man seated on a large purple chair, he was the shining beacon of the Colosseum due to the many accessories and pieces of jewelry he's wearing. However, he still doesn't really look like a ruler, more like a barbarian with eyes shining with wisdom. His clothes in contrast to most other people are purple. His hair also looks purple with some of it looking inky. Not a natural purple color, that's the blood of his enemies, the blood splattered all over him, all over his skin and clothes. His demeanor was cheerful and carefree, countering his heavy muscled build and the blood over him which leaves little to the imagination. A strange large juicy and yellow fruit was on his hand as he watched the scene before him, unable to hide his happiness. The scene of some strange creatures being butchered by his people. The creatures were obviously some type of ants, humanoid ants. The only similarity they have to humans is their humanoid form, but even among their species, they look quite different. They have similarities to other creatures that live in the area around and beyond. This species of ants were the nemesis of his predecessors, the ant species that seems to hold a deep grudge against them. They live so far apart, yet fate always deemed for them to meet, and time just barely erased that grudge from the ants' hearts, but it wasn't erased from the humans one bit. It was written in the history of their people, and Noserdemor inherited his predecessor's will and watched discreetly for an opportunity to massacre the ants. Generations passed and the ants forgot their grudge, not caring anymore. Instead, they did their job and brought food to the new queen for her to birth a new king. However, there was so little they can do to get good food, everything around them could easily eat them alive. They were once a primordial predator under a strong king and queen. They however died due to humans. Noserdemor knows why they died and how the grudge started in the first place. It's because the king and the queen ate some of his kind. Noserdemor knows that's forbidden, and for a reason, because his kind is poisonous with some kind of unknown poison, something dark within them that doesn't allow even other humans to eat other humans. The prime predators of that era that were preying on his kind died due to his predecessor's cunningness. And now that generations passed and the ants forgot, he was planning on doing the same thing. He was planning on giving the ants a few human gifts for them to eat and thoroughly enjoy. The problem with facing the ants head-on was always their numbers, they're infinite. The queen just births more and more, but when his predecessors killed the queen through underhanded methods, it was an unexpected victory against the incoming predators. The distance between their settlements is extremely large, and it became even larger once his predecessors decided to migrate even further. The ants survived and became what they are today, somewhat a ferocious predator, and Noserdemor was planning on exterminating them once and for all. He knew his people became strong enough to do the job, but that'll certainly lead to many casualties, so why not just go with underhanded methods? Unlike some of his predecessors who refused such methods, he doesn't mind them. In fact, he likes them quite a bit. Imagine his surprise when he reached the ants' nest and found it in rubbles, chaos. Many of the ants already dead and the queen nowhere to be seen. He killed most of the remaining living ants and brought the rest for his people to celebrate, though he kept in mind that perhaps the queen could still be alive. But from his investigation, it appears that some kind of creature attacked their nest and possibly devoured the queen, as he found no signs of her anywhere near, and he and his people left quickly, wary of the dangers in the area. Noser had his fun playing with the ants and let his people have their fun with them. It was basically just torture. The humans of this tribe are quite strong, all of them are stronger than most ants. They were playing a game similar to volleyball. They crowd a few ants inside a large metallic ball. Then they start passing the ball between themselves until someone messes the cycle up. That person will be eliminated from the competition. The strange thing about the game is that the ball is too big for them to hold even with both of their hands. What they do is pass the ball between themselves either by foot or hitting it with their hands, and they need a significant force to push the ball to the next person. The more people eliminated, the more force the remaining contestants will need to push the ball as they get further and further from each other. They also have to send the ball with a significant force to disturb the rhythm of the next persons and eliminate them, and for that, they use their inherited powers. They either punch the ball to the next person or kick it with their bare foot. A strange phenomenon happens whenever they do so: their skins start shining in scarlet color. Even their eyes turn into that same beautiful color. Their physical strength increases by several times. Many times, as a light scarlet barrier appears on the part of their bodies they want to attack with. A barrier that disappears after they strike the metallic ball as it attaches itself to the latter, strangely increasing the ball's defense. Their similar scarlet aura also has another function that only works on creatures outside their tribe. Due to that, the ball hardly suffered any damage, but even then, the ants within were in hell. They were suffering an even worse method of torture as the ball was moving at near the speed of sound. The speed only continued to increase until no sound could be heard from within the ball. The screeching sound of pain and terror that feed Noser's people stopped, yet they continued. They continued until a winner was decided. The winner had the honor of opening the metallic ball, and all they found inside is puddles of blood and flesh as well as bones. Blood of all colors. Blood they poured over the winner while the audience cheered as the winner lifted his wet hand high up the air. The celebration was sort of a ritual of theirs, a tradition they value. Noser on other hand turned his head into the dark night sky. Today was especially dark with little to no stars to be seen. The sky was hidden by the dark inky clouds. He can however smell and hear something as his nose and ears turned scarlet. Something is coming. He remarked lightly, but everyone heard him as the place turned completely quiet. Chapter 191. He can however smell and hear something as his nose and ears turned scarlet. Something is coming. He remarked lightly, but everyone heard him as the place turned completely quiet. His tall frame and well-built body became apparent as he stood up. The clanking of all of his accessories sounding through the Colosseum. His white clothes mostly covering his lower body and leaving his chest mostly bare, his body tattooed all over with purple tattoos, the signature color of their clan. Where others found their predecessor using underhanded methods unhonorable and terrible, Noser found it respectable. In fact, he took that certain forefather as his idol. He admired him and looked up to him when even his forefathers' people were repulsed by him. The traditions of their culture were deeply engraved in their bones. So even though they saw the ants as vile beings, they still couldn't accept what he did and decided against exterminating the remaining ants. What others couldn't accept, Noser saw it as a brave action, the courageous strong mind that was able to go against the tradition of his clan, all for the good of his people. He voluntarily left his clan directly after, never to be seen again, and Nozer took the responsibility of continuing his legacy and took it even further. Now, he stands respected and worshipped for how far he took his people. He stands at the edge of his podium looking into the dark sky while narrowing his eyes. His deep scarlet eyes were seeing what few could. They can see darkness and see light within it, and he can see the black massive dragon flying in the Colosseum's direction. He can hear the sound of the dragon's wings moving and smell the incoming danger. Retreat? He did not. Unfazed, he took a step beyond the podium, his feet seeking to walk on air. They didn't. He set his left foot on the red substance that just appeared from his leg to the ground, creating a pillar for him to stand upon. He crouched, putting all of his weight on his left leg and leaving his right shining leg hanging up. Then he lightly jumped, only to appear about 100 meters above the Colosseum. His skin shining in a scarlet light, making the violet tattoos look even more exquisite and more apparent, his eyes bright like the moon in the middle of an inky night. A force seems to be acting on him, making him turn and move as he likes in the middle of the air. He rotated in the air swiftly, gaining momentum for his next action. The action of swinging his right leg, which was the strangest part of his body, as a veil of solid red aura was circling around it. A solid aura he blasted towards the dark dragon, forming a vast slash of aura. Nozer's eyes couldn't help but widen as he noticed something he didn't hear or smell at all. He didn't sense it at all. The completely silent person that was comfortably resting on the dragon's back, hidden between and behind the numerous sharp black scales of the creepy creature. He was only seen once he stood up, yet still, not a sound was heard, no matter what he does. Nozer thought at that moment that there is a vortex around the person, not allowing any sound of his to leave, or at least, that's the illusion he saw. A human. It has been hundreds of years since our clan meets any outsider. Well, he'll be okay even if he's weak, thought Nozer, frowning. He will judge the human later. Now he just wants to investigate and ask a few questions to the human, but he needs him to be alive to do that. So he decided to be ready just in case the human is weak. After all, the slash was directed towards the dragon's head, and it's unlikely to even reach the human. Nozer focused on his next of action, which is basically releasing a burst of red substance from his legs, reaching the ground almost instantly, creating a pillar to make his movement easier. He used the pillar as a platform to jump and catch the human once the latter starts falling. Not needing to do all of this was an option, but he still needed to be ready just in case. Of course, he didn't need to, as a strange scene happened before his scarlet eyes. He watched as a dark static portal appeared directly in front of the dragon, who dived into the portal. The portal disappeared instantly after, just before the scarlet slash reached its previous location. An extremely fast slash very few creatures could evade. The scarlet substance appeared poisonous, moving through space unhinged as if it's devouring the space before it. The slash went on flying for a while until it reached its limit and simply dissipated, not showing its true power. All of this was happening as the black dragon appeared from a massive portal not far behind Nozer, who changed his position and stood on the scarlet pillar he created. He was looking at the black dragon that exhales a small black cloud on which he stood. He watched as the human humped from the dragon's back to the front, facing Nozer as he stood on the edge of the black cloud. "Hi," greeted Yasuo, to which the man before him nodded, a bit puzzled about how an outsider knows their language, but decided to leave it for later. "You are an outsider, right? From outside?" questioned Nozer, his scarlet eyes still activated. "Yeah, I was exploring the surroundings when I sensed this place. My second time meeting humans in the continent, so excuse my curiosity," responded Yasuo. Nozer raised his brows, wondering, other people in this place? Could it be other people with similar eyes to mine? Yasuo nodded. "Yeah, I paid them a visit and their leader talked a lot about another tribe, and I think she was talking about your clan." A smile of amusement surfaced on Nozer's face as he remarked, "Nothing good, I imagine?" Yasuo just shrugged his shoulder and Nozer continued to question the uninvited guest. Then what are you here for and what do you seek to achieve? Will it harm any of my people? Yasuo calmly answered, information. I just want to learn about the past and be certain I'll bring no harm to your people, so again humor my curiosity. Sure, how about you humor mine as well? I never mounted a dragon before, responded Nozer smiling from ear to ear. The chance to exchange information like this is extremely rare, so of course, he'll take it. He then jumped onto the back of the dragon and Yasuo did the same. Nozer loudly ordered towards his clan members that are watching the interaction in wonder, go back, I'll be there soon. Nozer crouched and lightly grasped on one of the dragon's scales as the latter started smoothly flying into the sky while Yasuo was standing firmly not far from him. Yasuo understood the clan leader that looks to be in his early 30s is still cautious of him, so he won't trust him of sticking to his words and do no harm to his people. Nozer is of course cautious of the dangerous human next to him. A human who has a dragon under his feet is no joking matter. In his point of view, dragons are extremely rare, and even from his home city, they are rarely seen as they mostly fly around the world tree, and even more, he has never seen a dragon such as this one. I'm Yasuo Zoldyck, by the way. Also, does your people see dragons often? They didn't seem so surprised seeing this one, asked Yasuo after a minute of silence. We see dragons from time to time, very far from our home, but we're able to see them, though this is the first time I've seen one such as this one, much more dangerous. And I'm Nozer Demore, the leader of the clan, explained Nozer, who was observing the dragon closely, observing the dark substance moving around most of the dragon's scales, making it look even more intimidating than it already is. How did you get your power? Is it something you learned or inherited? If it's the latter, then how did your predecessor get that power? Yasuo let his curious side out and asked his first line of questions. A curiosity that was reciprocated by Nozer, who answered honestly, inherited. It's not known how exactly our ancestors got this power, but we believe it's the gift of an unknown god my clan once worshipped. At least, that's all we learned from the little written history we have. Any signs of such a god were never found, so it all remains speculations. How did you get yours? Yasuo gently sat down comfortably, resting his back on the side of the dragon's sharp scales, and answered, training. It's something we can learn from where I came from. Do you worship any god now? Nozer shook his head after contemplating Yasuo's answer for a few seconds, with his eyes gleaming in bright light as numerous possibilities opened in his mind. No, none of us does. We believe in ourselves. How many outsiders are currently here? Many, thousands spread throughout the continent, answered Yasuo before continuing the cycle. How are you guys alive and well? Your people seem strong, especially you, but that shouldn't really be enough to flourish and act as freely as you guys do. I found a certain ritual-like place not far from here and of course found its peculiarity. I believe that also applies to the Colosseum. I also noticed many irregularities around. Care to explain? Yasuo was wondering. If his predecessors were just as strong as him, then how are they not more advanced than this? They seem like a clan that just started rising up, especially after Yasuo noticed the chimera ants within the Colosseum. In a gentle and grateful tone, Nozer answered, our benefactor, an outsider like you. Chapter 192. In a gentle and grateful tone, Nozer answered, our benefactor, an outsider like you. He helped our people when they were at their lowest and built safe haven for us, and we made use of that to grow into what we became today. That was hundreds of years ago. He disappeared, after which and we never saw him again. My forefathers knew so little information about him, as he never stays in one place for more than a few minutes, literally. He was also quite discreet, so my ancestors never learned much about him. Don Freaks. This is his name. What about you? You don't look like you had a hard time in this dangerous land at all. Are there people as strong as you? I'm pretty sure I'm strong enough to roam the entire land freely, that's all. And no, I'm the strongest of the outsiders that arrived here. The ants, what happened to them? Nozer raised his brow in puzzlement. I don't know, but it's likely just some wild creature that destroyed their nest. Why do you ask? Do you know anything about them? The queen of the ants, if she disappeared from here then she's likely the one that appeared in my home place and she caused a bit of trouble there. Explained Yasuo and added in his mind, welcomed trouble. Then Yasuo continued as it's his turn to ask a question, tell me the history of your clan and those scarlet eyes because when I visited her clan, they all had the same eyes though they seemed to be activating them constantly. However, when I talked to her, she told me nothing useful, all I could detect is lies and she seems to despise your clan. Also, how old is she? Nozer shook his head answering, I really don't know as much as I'd like to know. I know that we have the same origin and we were once just one united clan but for some reason, the clan split into two clans. The clan I rule today and the clan you visited. The history of our eyes goes back to before the clan was even formed so I basically know nothing of it. I know from my ancestors that one responsible for the clan separating was an insane old lady but that's all I know though that lady being her is not so far-fetched. I know the two clans hated each other but after a few generations, the distance between us only got bigger and bigger as many of my forefathers never met them ever again nor are we interested in doing so. Describe you outsiders' home place, how is it? How is life there? And are there any dangers similar to the ones here? And tell me about the ant queen that appeared there. Compared to this place, it's safe heaven that gave humanity the opportunities and the necessities to advance, a modern lifestyle you can say. There is very little danger there as humans are the most dangerous creatures, even to ourselves. We basically have a firm grasp over the area and very few things could harm us. The only outside dangers are things that come from the Dark Continent and again, they only come due to our curiosity and greed. One of such dangers is the Ant Queen who was able to give birth to the king, but we were able to handle it. Advancement in technologies is what we focus on the most in the known world. That's what we call our home and we respectively call this unknown place the Dark Continent. Yasuo then asked one last question, the purple rose, is it your symbol? Why? Nozer shrugged his shoulder at the question as the man has been asking him a lot of questions he doesn't have an answer to. Apparently our benefactor left that mark when building our city but my forefathers never got to know what it means. They still took it as their symbol though and I'll continue to take it as such. Why such a question? Violet rose Nothing really, perhaps it's just a coincidence but it means something to me. Answered Yasuo feeling a bit satisfied with the answers he got, the rest, he can investigate himself, I pretty much learned all I needed so that's all. Nozer nodded as even though he wanted to know more, he decided to leave it to later as he said. I'm interested in learning more so if there is anything you need, just ask and you can always visit us later as you seem to know where our home is. A little bit of puzzlement was apparent in his eyes that reflected the view of a massive city hidden between the numerous dark hills around. A colossal city that stands far above the ground. It wasn't floating, no, the city was built on a massive platform and that platform itself was standing on 10 massive metallic legs. Its form was similar to spiders. A spider-like structure engraved with some special inscriptions all over it, especially on the 10 metallic legs. I will be sure to. Also, you have a beautiful home. Remarked Yasuo as the black dragon named Darko stabilized himself on a black cloud of his own creation far above the city. Really? I thought it looks a bit bland from the outside. At least, in contrast to the insides. Remarked Nozer raising his brows at Yasuo's words, or can he see more than what I can? Well, see you later, said Nozer Demore as he jumped from the dragon's back going into a free fall to the city miles below him. That however didn't seem to faze him at all as once he reached enough distance to the city, two massive red wings spurted from his back. Large wings he can fully control as he moved them to lower his velocity and gently land on a specific building he lives in. He then lifted his head looking at the black massive dragon flying away, quite apparent even in the darkness of the night. "Interesting," remarked Yasuo, "too interesting." He wasn't standing on the black dragon that flew away anymore. Now, he's standing in the middle of a dark alleyway within the city. The bright vibrant city even in the middle of the night. Lights everywhere in contrast to how desolate and dark it looked from outside. The buildings and all the structures of the city were mostly made with stones, well-made stones resulting in well-made structures, though some are made of metal. Noser left many people back in the Colosseum, yet the city still seems quite lively with thousands of people strolling around in the middle of the night, let alone the ones sleeping or within their home. Peacefulness, the city was flourishing and people were at peace, feeling safe in the embrace of their home, like none of the threats outside could pose a threat to them. Yasuo, with his strange clothes still on, relatively strange to the city residents' traditional outfits. He walked out of the alleyway for all to see. He walked through the exquisite streets of the city, well-lit streets vibrant with life. Yet none of the inhabitants seem to notice him, as if he doesn't exist. He walked and teleported around, avoiding the incoming people that were about to collide with him, as if they can't see him at all. They can't, even his unrivaled Zetsu wouldn't be able to create the current situations. There is something deeper at play here. An ability he recently assimilated, as his genes took too long to fully to do so, Melioron's ability, which can make him undetectable by sight, hearing, smell, touch, preternatural perception, or even N. He walked to one of the many sources of lights available across the city, the source of light lighting up the street in a light blue color. A large glass ball dangling from a pole by the side of the street. A black wire was connecting the ball with the pole, and what is special about it is the light engravings on it. They seem to be transmitting electricity from somewhere and somehow producing light, a vibrant smooth light. Yasuo then continued walking through the streets, strolling around and checking their stores and restaurants, nothing too fancy, quite traditional in fact. They have a currency, huh? A well-structured society. Did Don help in creating it, or did they come up with it themselves? Thought Yasuo, looking at the purple coin in his hand, a distinct shape of a rose engraved on it. Violet rose, the second most important ability in the last phase. His eyes were gleaming in bright light as he added in his mind, the purple rose that grows all around the ground beneath the city. He added in his mind as he was looking at the vast field of purple roses beneath the city, as he floated beneath the city after warping space around him, shaping the reality around him to his suiting. He looked at the metallic platform above him with a clear distinct engraving of a rose on it. A slight shadow of purple could be noticed on it if one looked closely. Comment. Don left it, huh? Why? Questioned Yasuo in his mind as he turned his attention to the beautiful field of violet roses beneath his feet. A vast field created by the clan's grateful people to honor their benefactor as well as honor their new symbol. Yasuo picked that purple rose as his feet touched the ground and remarked as its scent reached him, beautiful yet incredibly dangerous, poisonous. Interesting. Chapter 193. Yasuo picked that purple rose as his feet touched the ground and remarked as its scent reached him, beautiful yet incredibly dangerous, poisonous. Interesting. An invisible force suddenly started acting on the rose, turning it into a small purple pill that Yasuo consumed. He then collected a few more of such roses before putting them inside his conjured pot and focused his aura into the pot, all to gain even more information about the pot through Sanchi's pot. He ate the cooked roses before remarking, nothing too interesting. Just an extremely poisonous plant, and the clan member seemed to have grown a resistance to its poison, so why did he leave the rose mark? He then slowly started floating higher and higher until the hand he lifted lightly touched the purple mark and he noticed something interesting. However, it wasn't from the mark, it was from what's beyond. Months passed since his transformation and he assimilated numerous valuable bloodlines since then. His physical strength only continued to increase, and so is his aura pool. Most importantly, his control domain is becoming stronger, much stronger. His sense within is growing, and so is his domain range that already reached 5 miles radius all around him. His domain can be stopped by no obstacle, so he was easily able to see what's within the metallic platform, a beautifully made structure within a vast metallic space. A large transparent ball completely engraved with some strange but exquisite inscriptions. The transparent ball was standing on a small thin platform similar to a tea-golf platform. The ball was filled with pure vibrant water with a large blue rock floating within that seems to send blue flashes of lighting or electricity through the water into the inscriptions that start shining in blue light. 4 large metallic poles were in direct contact with the transparent ball and the metallic ceiling, transmitting electricity to the required destination and lighting up the whole city. Yasuo teleported next to the platform and observed the rock within with interest apparent in his eyes. The unmanned rock. A rock that has the capacity, once submerged in water, to generate electricity. Infinitely. He gently lifted his hand, opening his palm only for a small part of the wet rock to appear on it, and he instantly felt the rush of electricity rushing through his body, seeking to melt him to no avail. He didn't seem fazed at all, befitting of a trained Zoldyck assassin, though this time, it wasn't as if he was holding any pain inside. It was just completely ineffective against him. He even deemed that the entire enormous unmanned rock will have no effect on him, and that says a lot, considering even a small bead can put out about 20 megawatts of power for a day. To put it into perspective, typically in Yasuo's old world, 1 megawatt represents the amount needed to power 100 homes or even more. And here we have a small bead that can put out 20 megawatts a day, let alone the massive rock before him that can be judged at first glance to be thousands of times larger. Simple but efficient, huh? Remarked Yasuo after observing Don Freak's creation for a while. His eyes were shining in brilliant scarlet color as he again teleported outside to the beautiful purple field. He appeared next to one of the city's massive black metallic legs. His pale right hand gently caressing the metallic form while noting a few things. They move around through underground tunnels. One leading directly to the Colosseum. One can safely say that what's beneath the ground of the Dark Continent is much more dangerous than above. Yet Don made it as such, something very few would have done, but he appears to have vast knowledge about the inscriptions, more knowledgeable than me. He created tunnels that are extremely hard to destroy, near impossible. Simple metallic tunnels with one special thing, the inscriptions, which are fueled from an infinite Nen source. The source is. Was he able to harvest its energy? Thought Yasuo as he started teleporting into the depths of the planet, going alone with one of the city legs which differ significantly from the others. That particular metallic leg has a thin, smooth needle-like structure spurting from it and diving into the depths through the muddy and rocky ground. Strangely, he reached a location extremely similar to the vast space he found beneath the ruins where the botanic creatures called Bryans lie. Even stranger is the fact that the scene here is extremely similar to the point that even the transparent glossy cone-shaped form also exists here. The form that seems to be coming from the core of the planet and what could be assumed to be a living creature or a dead one. The tip of the needle-like structure was spurting from the rocky ceiling of the vast space nowhere near the strange transparent creature. The poisoned creature, as Yasuo's violet rose marks could be seen all over it, purple lines shining brightly, making the slightly bright creature shine even more, the visible part of the creature at least. Just like the last location, space here seems to be rich with aura, too rich in fact, and that's only a small part of the creature, yet it's releasing so much energy. Yasuo then teleported a bit closer to the creature with a small tube that has a purple liquid within and continued noting his observations. Don made use of that excess energy the creature releases to power the whole city, an infinite source of energy indeed. Every atom has Nen within, a negligible amount, but it's there nonetheless. The Dark Continent seems to be much richer in that regard than the known world. Yet places such as this break all common sense, they're simply incomparable. The core, you aren't exactly in any way similar to the usual normal core of planets, but strangely you are the core of this world. The foundation on which we stand and on which we have grown, on which our world was born. But why? What is it that you seek even after? So many questions but so few answers. All I have is theories, but that is from where everything starts," thought Yasuo as the purple liquid within the tube disappeared. The same thing he has done in the previous similar location. The purple liquid was teleported into the creature within the slightly white and transparent fluid of it. "Good luck," said Yasuo to what's within that purple liquid, the deadliest artificial liquid in the world if a few conditions were met. Yasuo then teleported to the surface and directly went back to the city, where he started the most important thing and what really piqued his interest when observing the clan's people. The fascinating way their powers work, something he dearly needed, and he would have been able to forcefully do using his control domain in just a few years as his control grows stronger. The red substance that appears once their eyes turn scarlet. According to Yasuo's observation, most of Nozer's clan members aren't able to use that energy as he does. Nozer was able to manipulate the energy smoothly while it's outside of his body, while some of the clan members seem to have a hard time manipulating it while it's inside. Some can manipulate it outside, but nowhere near what their leader can do, as even among the previous leaders of the clans, Nozer is considered an anomaly whose power surpassed his forefathers by far. That red substance is something Yasuo knows too well. How could he not? He has that same substance in his body, too much of such substance. Once his scarlet eyes show themselves, the dark energy in his body becomes active as it flows and vibrates in a certain manner, allowing for the scarlet eye's miraculous functions to be possible. Dark energy he couldn't control, and Yasuo didn't like that at all, but its functions were too tempting to miss. And he believed that the only thing stopping him from having complete control over the dark energy is time, and he has plenty of that. The core of that predicted control is his control domain, as he knows he can actually control that energy with it. He experienced that the day he used his debt collector ability. And recently, he was starting to gain slight control over it as his control domain grew stronger and stronger, slight control that has also grown over time. Yet, the thing that troubled him for so long doesn't seem to be a problem for them. They have full control over the dark energy that turns scarlet once it exits their bodies, just like their eyes do. Yasuo lightly lifted his hand as he sat on the edge of one of the many well-made roofs of the city. In his hand is the usual test tube, among the many empty and full test tubes he has in his black backpack. The empty tube became empty no more as what looks like normal red blood. "Normal red blood, huh?" remarked Yasuo, looking at the color that has become unfamiliar to his own blood. "My blood was slightly changing even before the transformation, but the obvious change was after I became what I'm today. Purple blood, something no human could have, yet I do. My body is transforming beyond human recognition and evolving as the things that form that red color evolves into something else. Constant evolution as I assimilate more bloodlines and auras, so my blood has yet to stop changing, as it actually started gaining a lighter shade, seeming to head to a more grayish color or something similar." Watching and experiencing his slow but significant evolution seemed to be an enjoyment to Yasuo as he looked at the red liquid that'll push his evolution even further. He then drank it. Chapter 194. Watching and experiencing his slow but significant evolution seemed to be an enjoyment to Yasuo as he looked at the red liquid that'll push his evolution even further. He then drank it. And he continued to drink the blood of each and every clan member. He can just teleport the blood directly to within his body, but he prefers this way. He even took some of Nozer's blood, which he considers to be necessary as it appears to be special among his kind. And it wasn't hard for Yasuo to do so, as even though Nozer appears to be strong, his sense over his body doesn't seem to be as strong, as he wasn't able to sense an extremely small part of his blood disappear. Something the extremely experienced hunters of the Dark Expedition team will likely notice. Well, just a few of them can, and this is largely due to Nen. They have an astonishing proficiency over Nen and En, and their bodies are full of aura. The disappearance of their blood signifies the disappearance of some of their aura, as the two are directly tied to each other. It's a small, even a negligible amount of aura, but their proficiency will allow them to detect the abnormal event within their bodies, especially for Jing and beyond that are extremely likely to notice this happening. Noser on the other hand, and every one of his clan for that matter, doesn't seem to have any control over Nen. Every creature of this strange world has Nen, no matter how bizarre or small it is. So it would only make sense for the humans of this clan to have it as well, no matter how much they differ from other humans, but they can't control it at all. It's not due to them not learning how to do so or their aura nodes being closed, because that couldn't be any further from the truth. Their aura nodes are fully opened, but their aura seems to be stuck within their bodies, unable to leave unless certain conditions were met. That certain condition is activating their miraculous gift, the Scarlet Eyes. Once they do so, their aura becomes extremely active, as it's the fuel that powers the strange red substance. But it seems that their aura functions automatically as it feeds the dark red substance by itself, though one could argue that their control over the substance is a form of control over their aura as well. So once Yasuo took few samples of his blood from a distance of several miles away, Noser noticed nothing especially, since Yasuo teleported the blood in several small batches. Then Yasuo drank his blood after examining it for a bit and doing his usual just-in-case procedures. He felt no change as predicted. The assimilation process usually takes a different amount of time depending on the quality and value of the bloodline. So it's only natural a bloodline as precious as this one will take a while to fully assimilate. Then perhaps he will gain the ability to fully control the dark energy which turns scarlet once it activates, and from what Yasuo observed fighting Noser in a future that didn't happen, its functions are simple yet monstrous. Yasuo closed his eyes for a second, sensing his genes at a much deeper level before he judged. It should be long before it's finished. Her ability is extremely special and one of the best, so it was bound for Pakinota's bloodline assimilation to take long. His eyes that turned to their original silver color were gleaming in bright light as he uttered few last words. Soon I won't have to ask questions, as I can just see people's pasts at a minimal cost, then I can see what I want. Directly after which, he started teleporting into the dark sky in a certain direction, and it wasn't long before he set foot on the back of his massive black dragon and gently whispered, "Darko, slowly fly there and let me enjoy the lovely view," he whispered while pointing towards his next destination, continuing his exploration journey. The dark purple crow appearing on his shoulder, signifying that his vision eye ability is being used. An ability that not only can look into the future but also into the past. However, looking into either is Nen-consuming, extremely so. He can look into the future for no more than a few days, while looking into the past on the other hand is much more forgiving. He can look years into the past, and he did so many times in the past, such as when he met the God of Choice. And his ability to look into the past like a tape which he can rewind and fast forward as he wishes, so looking into the specific past he wants is easier. However, it's still limited, as more than 300 years is still a bit far from what he can do, so in this case, his vision eye ability is a bit useless. The Dark Continent and its history are extremely ancient, and so are the things he wants to see the past of. So the only other way he can so is by Pakinota's ability, which never left his sight. The general picture of the Dark Continent still remains clear in his mind, how it was shaped, and an idea of what the Dark Continent holds. That map is something he has been using as a guide to go to places that interest him and explore the wondrous lands that continuously manage to satiate his undying curiosity. Now he's heading towards his next destination, though taking his time doing so. He was observing what the veil of the Dark Continent holds beyond. The history hidden by time and some unexplainable incidents. Yasuo can see the marks, as most are too obvious, but he can see more, the hidden marks left by history and time. Too many signs of civilizations that once inhabited the Dark Continent, thought Yasuo, looking at just one of the many ruins he saw throughout the Dark Continent. Just a small ruin, but it's enough to judge it's an artificial structure. He saw tens of these. Nothing interesting. Well, most of the ruins are quite normal, but that normality in itself is the biggest abnormality. An image has started forming with Yasuo's mind, an image of the far ancient world in which he exists. He saw too many remains, nowhere as interesting as the one where the botanic creatures lie, but still fragments of ancient civilizations nonetheless. Humanity once thrived here and perhaps ruled the entire world. They ruled the entire world, yet here we are living on a dark world with something strange to be noticed. Yasuo was deep in his contemplating state, yet sound never left his mouth, as if the words were merely being uttered within his mind. He continued, "I've yet to find any human remains that date back to that veiled era, not one human skeleton or any other creature skeleton that old. All the ones I found aren't that old, except for the brine creatures, which is a parasite that needs human bodies to live. Human bodies that date back to that era. However, brine creatures are too dangerous even for me, so I could only study the bodies from far away, bodies that decomposed not long after. So really, not one ancient skeleton was left throughout the entire vast spaces of the continent I've explored so far, only a few places are left." Yasuo then turned his head, looking into the most colossal things standing on the planet and going as far as to go through the dark clouds that hang hundreds of miles above the ground. The world tree so far away, yet it looks so close, its massive size and width which can be estimated to be in the miles to even tens of miles. I'll leave it to last, it's the center of the continent after all, and it probably has many of the answers I seek, thought Yasuo, but many questions still bugged his mind. What has happened that led to the extermination of most of humanity? Is it the curse that comes along with the continuous use of the core creature's powers? Something similar to how the civilization that worshipped the god of choice disappeared, or is it something more? Or, perhaps the two are connected? Yasuo's silver eyes shone at the last possibility as the implications of it being the truth started surfacing in his mind. The dark vile aura within and around the massive cylinder-shaped hole, and the fact humanity survived through that, suggests that whatever happened was stopped, albeit too late. The mysteries of the dark, well, solving them sound like an entertaining activity to do. Yasuo found himself even more engrossed in the mysteries which he seeks to unveil. What the Dark Continent witnessed in an unwritten history, or a history which left so little of what was written, a forgotten history which has left us a language known as the mysterious inscriptions, its legacy. Well, this location should answer many of my doubts and confirm some of my theories, stated Yasuo as he looked down on the strange scenery from the top of the dark creature he stands upon. The scene of a floating object, a massive object with a width of about a mile but a height of no more than 100 meters. A floating metallic structure that looks like a floating spaceship of sorts. Yasuo's destination is none other than the metallic ship before him, a structure that possibly holds more significance than what meets the eye, and that says a lot considering its already miraculous existence. Don freaks, huh? A simple yet complex man, what secrets do you hold and what have you achieved? These were the soft-spoken words coming out of Yasuo's mouth as he set foot on the top of the untouchable structure. Chapter 195. Don freaks, huh? A simple yet complex man, what secrets do you hold and what have you achieved? These were the soft-spoken words coming out of Yasuo's mouth as he set foot on the top of the untouchable structure. His form ignored the indestructible barrier around the floating structure, just like he ignored the barrier around the spider-like city and the ritual place. His presence of almost completely impossible to detect as he had Melioron's ability activated. That's why the second line of defense of the structure wasn't able to detect him. The second line of defense, which consists of numerous golem-like rocky creatures patrolling the structure. Exquisite golems with numerous engravings all over their light brown bodies. These are golems that were possibly doing the same things for over 100 years without stop, and they don't seem like they will anytime soon. The fuel that powers them seems to be plentiful, and Yasuo found out how the moment he reached the area, as his domain allowed him to teleport to a specific area. A well-maintained area with numerous wires and metallic seatings, most of which are full of what looked like sleeping golems. He found something similar in the area to what he found within the floating city. The same glass ball placed on a thin platform with the same arrangements. except that the rock which is submerged in the water is much smaller than the other one, but it seems to be doing what it was intended to do perfectly. The wires were connected to the seatings around the area, with their other end being connected to the glass ball. The golems seemed to be programmed to perform a specific course of actions regularly, as they had plunged the end of the wire to a specific spot on their body. That allowed for electricity to start transferring from the glass ball to their body and fully charging their core, which happened to be a complicated metallic sphere within their heart area. This is a process they go through every week or so, exchanging the patrolling duty with the other group regularly, forming a perfect unending cycle that can go for perpetuity. Yasuo took the dangerous structure as a museum, as slowly strolled around, only observing the interesting things for a little while before resuming the stroll. However, just like the other place, he made sure to memorize every bit of inscriptions he could find, every fascinating pattern engraved by Don Freaks himself. Yet Yasuo's findings in this place were disappointing and interesting at the same time. Aside from the necessities that keep this place running, I found nothing. Yasuo was in deep rumination as his eyes brightened. This means that either someone took everything that was in here, or Don himself took everything, meaning he was planning on leaving, possibly permanently. Why? Yasuo wondered as he stood before the core of the structure, with a much large glass ball positioned before him with a much larger unmanned rock inside. The place was swept clean, leaving most rooms empty. How am I supposed to know his lifestyle and where his interest lies with so little information? Well, I know he's very interested in the inscriptions, and he's a very simple man, a bit similar to Jing in his love for exploration, though he also seems to like experimenting and creating things. And according to the two clans, he seems to like to mess around, but he also helped the other clan, which means he cares for humanity's survival, or perhaps for another reason. And Yasuo's eyes were shining scarlet as he was looking into the glass ball before. He's discreet and doesn't like intruders, going as far as placing a self-destruct mechanism. Yasuo then teleported to the place he judged to be the central room of the ship, a ship because he noticed that that's exactly what it is. The central room, which looks more like a ship control room, leading one to believe the structure can move. Yasuo can see more. He can see the engines on every side of the ship, thin but wide engines. The engines were completely engraved with some specific inscriptions, allowing them to function as intended. Just like how the inscriptions transform the electricity to mechanical movement, and just like those inscriptions are the programming language at which these machines speak and function. That is how Don Freaks let the golems know what to do, a form of artificial intelligence with a different rare language, an extremely difficult language to learn and write. Yasuo observed the control room closely for a while, noticing it's completely down. In fact, the whole ship is down because aside from electricity, it needs something else. The primary and most important fuel is none other than Nen, and it's much harder to come by than electricity, especially to power a ship as big as this. A smile surfaced on Yasuo's face after a quick rumination. The ship was constantly moving, so he can't do the same thing he did to the city and connect it to the creature of the core, which is an unlimited source of Nen. However, he can do something else, but he most likely didn't do it. He must have been powering the ship solely by himself using his own Nen. He has values or morals. Or perhaps rules he doesn't want to break lest he loses his humanity. The idea of a continuous Nen generator is something Yasuo thought of a long time ago, and he was planning on using that generator for his indestructible lab and actually use it as a moving ship. A ship similar to this one, and the generator is quite simple, a living creature. A strong creature that can continuously generate massive amounts of aura. Putting the creature or creatures in an induced coma and using them as a generator with the help of some complicated mechanisms and tools to pull the aura out of them. And Yasuo knows he can create many such creatures. All he needs is time. Time to completely assimilate Morena's parasitic ability, which will be incredibly useful. I'm not really interested in using the ship for myself, but learning how it works is a good addition to my research regarding inscriptions. Thought Yasuo after observing the ship for a while, and added in his mind, my lab has far more potential and it's something of my creation. Yasuo was planning on transforming his lab into a moving facility or an indestructible ship, so he of course researched how he can do so for a long time. His research regarding the patterns was hence expanded to other areas, and while he fully researched the basics, things like anti-gravity inscriptions are still a bit far from completion. Yasuo then teleported to the ground beneath the floating ship, which is strange considering it needs the fuel to function, yet here it is, floating stably about 100 meters above the ground. His black boots touched the dark ground. The strange ground that rocks just like normal rocks, albeit with a dark color, not quite black but not far off. However, that's not rocks. The dark material that expands as far as the eye can see is metal. A special kind of metal, a magnetic material strong enough to repel the metallic ship above it and leave it floating for what could be assumed to be tens of years if not hundreds. Yasuo lightly touched the extremely cold magnetic material in deep contemplation. I built my lab completely by Yazium, and it's as I found out a non-magnetic material, so doing the same as Dawn seems useless unless I surround my lab with a metallic material that will be repelled by this material. However, is that really necessary? I can have a permanent NEN generator, so with the right inscriptions, my lab will be able to float for perpetuity if I wish so. The hand he touched the material by seemed to be behaving like strange magnetic material in itself as he lifted it, bringing with him a large chunk of the material. The magnetic material, however, seems interesting. It's worth a bit of research, remarked Yasuo as his figure started turning a bit shadowy until he completely disappeared. By this point in time, several months passed across Yasuo's exploration of the continent as he took his time doing so. Time he has ample of, and it's most of what he needs for the last phase of his plans. He is waiting for the purple spider webs to spread throughout that thing and waiting for the blue organisms under his complete control to paint that thing in their color. However, his genes, high body, and soul also need to be strong enough to handle what's to come, and he knows he's still far from what he will possibly need. His genes are still evolving as he had fed them numerous delicacies, but he needs time to fully assimilate them. As his genes get stronger and stronger, the time needed to assimilate bloodlines will respectively become shorter, so in the end, all it comes down to is time and explorations. Chapter 196. Fate seemed to be on humankind's side, or at least, a greater power making any danger obsolete was on their side as the exploration of the Dark Continent continued. Everything was mostly working in their favor. Humans were prepared more than ever for what lies in the dark. Especially for a specific group of people who took the Dark Continent as their playground, akin to a fish swimming thoroughly the water smoothly unhinged. More and more expeditions were launched and more humans arrived in the Dark Continent. Most remained in the new continent thinking it's the real deal, but the capable ones knew better. Yet, no matter how many arrives, it could never compare to that specific group of people who seemed to expand rapidly. Not just in members but also in territory size, a family of monstrous existences called the Silver Snake. New members were constantly being recruited in the known world, and older, more useful members were arriving at the Dark Continent in the time it takes for an eye to blink, seemingly capable of ignoring the fabric of space. A massive platform in the middle of what could be said to be a prosperous city is what made that possible. A platform on which a structure stands. The structure that can distort the fabric of space, allowing the small snakes to go from one end and appear on the other. Two platforms in extremely far distances have that special connection, and Yasuo was carrying a structure extremely similar to it, in his relatively small hand. Something only possible because even though the structure is identical to the others, what differentiates them is its size. The tool in his hand is small enough to be easily held in his hand, just a radius of 10 centimeters, akin to an exquisite bracelet engraved with the most beautiful inscriptions one can ever hope to see. Such a tool could even be said to be a divine weapon, yet he gave it a simple name in contrast to the massive portals in the city and the island which family members call the Great Portal. He instead named his great creation Portable Storage, not giving anyone any need to imagine its functions, for it's clear to all. A bracelet-like tool which in reality is nothing but a portal connect to another portal of similar size which he places inside his lab back on the island. He placed the other portal within a specific room in his lab just for storage, and all he has to do is activate the portal in his hand and throw whatever he wants within. Any object thrown within will naturally appear from the other portal in his lab in the storage room, and that includes him as long as he can see through the portal. If his arrow-eye thread went through the portal, then he can naturally teleport from one side of the world to the other in his lab. And that's similarly how he can store massive items or creatures that wouldn't normally go through the small two-ways portal. After storing something, Yasuo closed the portal and the teleportation item back in his backpack, and continued on with his ongoing exploration of the continent. An exploration which has been going for nearly a year now, and he covered a significant portion of the Dark Continent while collecting whatever he desires and what piqued his interest. Though he spent most of his time just researching and assimilating what he already found, something he needed to do. As they say, getting too much of anything is not necessarily a good thing, it could even be a bad thing, as even drinking too much water could lead to death. So what's to say assimilating too many bloodlines at the same time wouldn't have undesired consequences? So Yasuo took his time researching many things. Most importantly, he finished turning his lab from a simple indestructible lab to an actual monstrous spaceship. The unmanned rocks he found were extremely helpful in that regard. He studied the ship personally built by Dawn Freaks and improved on his findings while also seeking out more of the unmanned rocks, and it wasn't hard to get a few more. He also improved on his spaceship's design more, as it was a bit too bland, but he left its disc-like shape and the silvery color. He still left it on the island and barely used it aside from a few tries, and it couldn't really be said to be a spaceship. While its speed is extremely fast and unrivaled even in the vastness of space, that speed is insignificant, akin to a slug trying to climb the mature world tree. So he didn't really have time to thoroughly explore the continent, and he left several important locations untouched, time he has plenty of. The circumstances seemed to beg to explore those unknown and fascinating locations as the purple circle on his palm started shining brightly. Arulin's ability, which is basically a mobile phone though much more advanced, allowing the holders of the mark to communicate ignoring the limitation of space or common sense. Yasuo knew who the caller is instinctively as he answered, hearing Morena's amused voice. That old annoying lady seems to be looking for trouble, and she seems to be quite capable too. Yasuo raised his brows, noticing the mischievous tone of hers. The poison you left there has just taken effect, it took way too long. Well, those people aren't so simple. It seems that their resistance to poison is extremely high, but all of them are finally dead, leaving only the old lady who doesn't seem to be affected at all. She does seem to be furious though, affirmed Morena. She continued in an even more mischievous tone before the purple glow faded from his palm. You won't believe what she can do, a beautiful spectacle I didn't expect at all, but I'm sure you'll take care of it. Yasuo lightly shook his head in amusement at her mischievousness, but he also knows why she needed him to solve the problem. He instructed her a while ago to keep an eye on that tribe and let him know if anything happens. Most importantly, their destructive abilities. The old lady is extremely dangerous even to Morena. Her tribe's abilities are all the same, but she stands atop of them all. It even could be said that provided the necessary circumstances, her power will truly stand at the top of the world, rivaled by none, and could potentially even surpass the king. The forbidden power she has and gained through treachery and greed is what allowed the spectacle before Yasuo to occur. The scene of a raging volcano which can clearly be seen from the Silver Snake City. The raging red that seeks to melt the world, seemingly being its fangs on the Silver City. The massive peak in which a volcano was hibernating was awakened and showed its fury. The rising fire in the dark sky brightened the whole world. That raging fire flowing through the sky like a raging river. That fire seems to strangely have some resemblance to a human-like face. A furious face looking down on the city with a clear hint of madness within, and at the peak of the volcano stands the old lady, naked, undisturbed by the bone-melting temperature around her. Her face was the same as the face of the raging fire above her and around her. The fire that burned her clothes but couldn't burn her. Her body looked extremely frail, yet no amount of heat seems to affect her, but that wasn't always the case. The obvious large burn mark on her back was proof of that. Her whole back seems to have been burned, yet the passage of time left nothing but a scar, one that always reminds her of her dark past. If she wasn't already insane, then she has truly gone crazy now. Waking up only to find her tribe completely still, seemingly like an abandoned wasteland. The bodies of her people lying on the ground and within the comfort of their home, seemingly unaware of how they died or that they died. The invisible and undetectable poison has been spreading through the surroundings for a long time. Her people were poisoned for months but never knew or noticed any abnormalities within themselves. The poisoned, however, was accumulating, waiting for the day the permission to activate gets given, and only then will it harvest the lives in which it lives. Morena's poison ability has reached such a height in meticulous control and versatility it became one of the most wondrous abilities ever to be seen, way too dangerous than what it was supposed to. Yet it didn't affect the old lady at all when it affected her people who have the same ability as her, albeit at different levels. She can manipulate even the sun if she's in close proximity to it, well, only a small part of the sun, the part closest to her, like the colossal volcano currently under her control. The old lady was ready to unleash her insanity upon the world, her rage upon the silver angelic city. Her only regret was not doing this sooner. She was planning to, she was aiming at converging all of that manpower to the Lord of Light and Fire and allow them to see what she sees, worship the Lord of all. Yet she wasn't the only one scheming. The prosperous city seemed to have her in its sight as well. The wretched humans dared to go after her people and they succeeded under her watch. Her rage only intensified once the human she had met before appeared before her. His expression was that of interest and curiosity driving her ever more madder. Chapter 197. Her rage only intensified once the human she had met before appeared before her. His expression was that of interest and curiosity driving her ever more madder. It's your fault. It has to be your doing. I will kill you and kill everyone else. She barely had a silver of insanity in her scarlet eyes as she screeched her lungs out in pure madness. Then she commanded the massive expanse of fire above her to engulf him, as well as the raging volcano behind her to consume everything. The volcano wouldn't normally reach the city as it's way too far, but its current rage seems to be the fuel to achieve what it couldn't /t previously do. Yasuo just looked at all of this with that hint of curiosity never leaving his eyes. The curiosity about something deeper, not the raging fire and lava. The hot substance and how it behaves according to her wishes is something he already knows and saw in a future that didn't exist. It's no mystery to him. What he's curious about is her mind, or what is within it, her memory. How she gained this ability and what happened hundreds of years ago, mysteries he has yet to uncover. The assimilation of Pakinota's ability happened to have been completed just a bit more than a week ago, and that's all he needed to know what he previously didn't. So he started walking in the air towards her, towards the incoming raging fire. The world-destroying fire seemed to have flinched as his eyes turned scarlet. It was as if the fire had a hint of intelligence, allowing it to be hesitant in its actions. The bright scarlet eyes startled the old lady as she looked confused and stunned. She was unable to utter a word for a while before she started mumbling in her breath, mumbling that has become clearer as time went on and insanity shrouded her. Heretic. Disgusting heretic. This must be a sign that the Lord wishes me to kill you. A heretic. She was shrieking, seemingly able to shatter glass to numerous fragments. The fire and the volcano behind her seemed to have been infected with her insanity as they started raging at much greater insanity. The fire was about to engulf Yasuo whole. Calm down. These were the calm words that came out of Yasuo's mouth. It was as if they came out in a specific rhythm affecting the fabric of reality around him. The fire and the volcano indeed heeded his words and calmed down, and all was still. The raging volcano was no more, and the fire seeking to engulf him stopped knowing its place. Until he added, "Go back whence you came from." The fire did indeed retreat and went back into the volcano, calmly hiding there until another command gets uttered. It appears as if the death of every one of her tribe, as well as all the abnormal things she faced so far, did quite a toll on her mind, leaving her frozen, unable to comprehend how the heretic was able to achieve what he just did. Until Yasuo stood right before her, looking into her scarlet eyes as she raved while shaking, What do you want? Stay away from me, you monster. The Lord of Fire will definitely punish Y." She was unable to complete her incoherent words as Yasuo gently touched her forehead with his finger, which is strangely shining in a slight purple color due to the numerous purple lines all over it. As his finger touched her forehead, a torch was lit. A strange torch or fire was lit on the tip of his finger, so small it's almost unnoticeable, a dark fire, or so it appeared to be. It's but a dark smoke with a vile aura surrounding it. Its darkness was deserved, as the old lady was simply extinguished in her entirely, not even her soul was spared, and it's all due to the violet rose. Yasuo disappeared directly after, only to appear in the silent tribe of hers. Bodies everywhere, all dead, and they didn't seem to have sensed the incoming scythe of death at all. Yasuo didn't linger in the area for long. He just picked a few samples of blood from the bodies and researched the area for a bit before leaving. He already has the old lady's blood, and now he got a few more samples, as perhaps they could be useful in the future. After all, he already took few samples of their blood months ago. Else, how could he command the raging fire as the old lady did? He reached an uninhabited area not far from the tribe and sat down to explore the new memories he just received. The memories he saw in the future, where he used Pakinota's ability on the old granny and saw all of her memories like an open pictures book. He remembered everything as usual. He explored the unknown area that is her memories, her dark yet boring memories. The memories of an insane person, and he explored every inch and cranny, not missing anything, as in the veils of obscurity lies the secrets of the world. In a tribe that doesn't look to have stood the test of time, she was born. The tribe was new and was only built not more than a few thousand years ago. The surviving humans after the bizarre great disaster formed that tribe, seeking to escape the incoming clutches of extinction, to multiply and spread, grasping the height of power humanity once had. Humans had to start all over again, learn and evolve, and advance. The assembly of so many humans allowed that process to be faster, and time passed. Among that group of people, there was a specific strange group of people that were deemed as demons, or at least possessed by demons, and were oppressed. Their forefather happened to be the first leader of the tribe, only to disappear not long after leaving his descendants, which happened to have those strange delish scarlet eyes. A new leader took place who very much respected the previous leader, so he chose against doing anything to his cursed descendants. However, he didn't stop the normal tribe people from letting their emotions out on them, but he didn't let them go too far. The Scarlet Eyes people, which the tribe used to call the cursed people, suffered dearly under people's constant abuse. They were innocent, born with a gift. It's however an unknown and strange gift, and humans fear such a thing, especially after the bizarre great disaster, so the family of cursed ones had to suffer. They still reproduced among themselves, giving birth to more cursed ones and spreading bit by bit even under the preying hateful eyes. Their forefather left them to face the burnt of the fire, but they persisted and gained a bit of a foothold in the tribe, but not before an incident that determines the future of the tribe transpired. The old granny was but an innocent child, a special one, as she was born as a cursed one just like her parents. She has grown in a cold family just like most cursed families are. The abuse they suffered in their childhood did a toll on their minds, and a loving family was rare among them. She didn't complain because she had a friend she spends most of her time with, a similarly cursed child of the same age. She was satisfied with her life and didn't complain much, even with all the suffering and bullying she was experiencing, until a certain incident took place. A case of abuse going too far. The son of one of the smiths in the tribe, the kid was older than her and was used to bullying her, acting upon his hatred. The hatred he gained due to his father, who also hate the cursed ones and passed that hatred to his child just like his father passed that hatred to him. How hard is it to fill a blank slate with hatred? Not hard at all. In fact, it's too easy. So upon a minor conflict with her, the smith's son allowed his emotions to cloud his reasoning. That led to the massive and obvious burn scar on her back, but she survived, not without consequences however. Hatred started growing within her and an obsession. The incident gave birth to a strange obsession with fire that would later turn into something else. Her hatred was left unsatiated for a long time, but she has grown poisonous and noticed her friend also started hating those vile people, so she worked hard to make that hatred grow even more. She knows he has a crush on her after all. Her hard work bore fruit as her friend found something magical. He found what looks like an ancient tool with a magical property buried not far from the tribe. He only found the magical property by accident and didn't notice any harmful repercussions from using it, albeit he only used it one time. He was quite obedient to her and gave her the artifact and told her what he knows about it without omitting even a single detail. They were still little kids in their early teens, so his naivety is understandable. However, the cursed girl wasn't naive at all. The heinous burn scar on her back pushed her on a pathway of early maturity, and she didn't mind letting her hatred out on the tribe's people. She just needed the power to do so, and now that it's in her hands, how can she let it go? How can she let this opportunity slip by? She absolutely wouldn't. Okay. Quick break time. Did you guys know that Gon's birthday is May 5th, which is Children's Day in Japan? Thought that was pretty cool. Anyway, let's keep going. Chapter 198. She just needed the power to do so, and now that it's in her hands, how can she let it go? How can she let this opportunity slip by? She absolutely wouldn't. She made her wish, overlooking the possible consequences, disregarding the strangeness of such a tool and how it can exist. Most importantly, how can anything such as this artifact come so easy? People don't just go out looking for stones but find gold, let alone if one isn't looking for stones in the first place. Well, it's possible but extremely unlikely. It can be said to be negligible. So the question remains, is this a blessing of a gift or is it something else? The little girl didn't question nor speculate such a thing at all, for the fire of vengeance was diluting her reasoning. The opportunity for revenge came, so she grasped it and resolved to punish the tribe's people with the same suffering they inflicted upon her. A punishment she could never forget, for the scar on her back forbids such a thing from ever happening. The burn scar that was caused by one of the people she loathes just as much as she hates the scar itself, but she didn't hate the burning fire because it's her salvation. She decided long ago that eventually, she will burn the whole tribe down to the ground, leaving none alive. It's so easy to create a monster. One just has to cause trauma so impactful it will haunt the victim for eternity, unable to escape its clutches. The memory of that ordeal will mold what they will be, and in this case, it conceived a monster. A monster that didn't shy away from unleashing its fury and hatred upon the world as she uttered the cold words that couldn't hide the deep burning resentment she holds within. I crave to have the deep and blazing fire under my command, forever subservient to me. Those chilling words were spoken as she stared at the aged corroded lump of metal in her hands. The artifact didn't seem to have stood the test of time, as that deep dark brown rust managed to decompose several parts of it, causing it to look irregular. It looks like a broken down moon whose parts were disintegrated by time, leaving only a shadow of its former self. Otherwise, the artifact is quite plain. However, to a kid like her friend, it's too interesting. The only ones that can make metallic things in their tribe are the blacksmiths, but he never saw anything like it. A bizarre shape that makes it look useless in his point of view, but those signs of its age and ancientness is what attracted him and got him to take a second look at it. He couldn't bring it back to his home. He was afraid either his parents will take it away from him or the other tribe's people will steal it away just because of his scarlet eyes. So he had this routine where he hides the artifact back in its place after playing with it and trying to see if there is anything special about it. However, even with how frail it looks, he found it impossible to break. Nothing seemed to have even a silver of effect on it. The damaged and rusty artifact remained strong, only driving his curiosity to soar. Until one fateful day. He was holding the artifact in his hand, lost in rumination, until he muttered a wish of his. "I wish I'm strong enough to protect those who I cherish. I wish I can be strong enough to save my family from the hell we live in." The boy murmured to himself in pure sadness. His wish came true, for only a few minutes after, he noticed a change in himself. He noticed his skin turning a bit red as he felt a sense of great power within himself, akin to a carp jumping above the sea only to become a dragon and fly high into the sky by complete accident. He felt like he could do anything. With a step of his, the ground beneath him could shatter, a single breath of his could extinguish even the raging fire deep in hell. At least, that's the illusion he felt, and to a certain extent, he saw that it's just that, an illusion. However, there is something that he clearly felt and sensed, something he knows it's reality. His sense of smell, his vision, his hearing, and his every sense were magnified to an astonishing degree. His mind was in shock due to what's happening, because he never felt such a thing ever in his life. He was scared yet excited at the same time. Something interesting about the cursed ones is the fact that in their early stage, especially, the tribe's first leader's direct descendants always had their eyes shining scarlet. They were unable to control it at all, and it remained as such for their whole lives, but as generations come to be and passed, that changed. Until the cursed ones didn't really look that cursed, most of the time, their eyes had a normal color different from that shady scarlet and devilish color. That mostly applied to children, as they were all born with normal eyes, and in the first few years of their life, that remained the same. Until it didn't anymore. The more they grew, the more the devilish scarlet dominated their eyes, and then all there was and will ever be is that scarlet color they hated so much. Just like all the adults who all have that shining scarlet in their eyes all the time, which is strange, to say the least. That also brings several questions to be asked. Why is that? This is the most essential of questions. Is it something natural? Unlikely. Yasuo, who was in deep rumination as he was going through her memories, had a viable hypothesis. The most likely reason is probably the simplest one: their emotions and the existence of the Korta clan only goes to prove that. The abuse they go through and all the traumas they can never forget cause such phenomena to happen. Similarly, the Korta clan can trigger the scarlet eyes if a strong emotional impact was produced, just like how Kurapika can trigger it whenever he wants by simply thinking of the Korta massacre. On the other hand, all I had to do is think of my research, specifically, the most impactful moments where I was so happy and excited that my emotions almost went out of hand. And that's how I used to activate my scarlet eyes until recently, where my control reaches such a level I can simply control the scarlet eyes to appear. They however didn't have that luxury. After a while of contemplation, Yasuo continued surfing through the old granny's dark memories while noting another interesting thing. While under the scarlet condition, the cursed ones did indeed have an increase in their physical strength, but it appears to be minuscule in comparison to Kurapika's and the other Korta clan's members. Not just that, it appears to be too small even for the adults when comparing them to the other known scarlet eyes holders. Perhaps, as time passed, the scarlet eyes continued to evolve and become stronger as well as more efficient. Thought Yasuo, with his eyes glittering as he dived deeper into her memories and watched as the boy excitedly went to visit the girl and hid nothing from her. Naive indeed. His kindness and trust weren't reciprocated in the least. His personality was vastly different from hers, leading to different thought processes. Despite his hatred towards the tribe's people, he had never desired to kill anyone. He just wanted to protect those he cherishes. In comparison, the girl cared for none and wanted to extinguish the lives of every one of the tribe. She dearly desired to see the tribe burned to the ground, and that's exactly what she did. She started by studying her ability a bit and making more wishes to no avail, Nothing seemed to happen anymore, but the two kids noticed a change in the artifact. They noticed that when they made the wish, the rust that was already consuming the artifact spread even more and almost instantly consumed the whole thing. On top of that, even more parts of the rusty metallic ball decomposed, leaving nothing but a mere shadow of its former self. A ball, it was no more. All that was left is what looks like a half-moon-shaped rusty object. The boy noticed first, then followed by the girl as she made her wish, but they could no longer make a wish, as if one wish is the limit for each person. So the girl hid the artifact from even the boy and buried it deep into the ground before placing some security measures using her ability. She did that only after studying her ability to a satisfying degree and knew how it operates, driving her to regret making the wish so thoughtlessly, for her hatred blinded her. Nevertheless, she was satisfied with her ability, but she was planning on making use of the artifact to become even stronger, perhaps by using other people to make wishes for her. Her ability can't create fire from nowhere, there needs to be fire for her to control it, and it needs to be within a certain distance from her, and only then can she command it. Perhaps the ability will become much stronger, but at that point in time, she had to do with only commanding fire about 100 meters from her. That was more than enough, as she ignited a small negligible fire in the extensive expanse of the forest and commanded it to spread towards the tribe. The wildfire, raging with hatred, roared and shone blazingly in the middle of the darkest of nights. A magnificent spectacle is what it was to the frenzied girl, but to the people of the tribe, it was as if the devil had unleashed his wrath and rained endless hellfire on them, leaving them in despair and pure terror. Their fright and hopelessness only served to make her laugh more and more. Louder and louder, frantically so. She laughed and laughed. Perhaps she laughed too much, for hints of craziness quickly overshadowed her face, leaving but a shadow of her former self. A familiar sentence, isn't it? Chapter 199. The fire of hatred consumed the whole tribe in its vile clutches. People bellowed in agony and terror as the fire of hell sought to burn them alive. A strange fire indeed, because it slowly crawled over each and everyone's skin, gradually roasting them alive, as if it's seeking to let them experience the utmost amount of pain imaginable. It was the darkest of nights, yet the brightest at the same time. It was also the vilest of nights, as the torture continued for the entire night till the light of dawn shone upon the tribe. Yet, her laughter had never stopped as she strolled amidst the raging infernos still spreading through the woods, savoring the spectacle and growing a new fascination in the flame. The boy was in horror witnessing this all night, albeit unable to stop it. He watched as most of the tribe's people were burned alive. He heard their desperate cries that he can never forget, and even watched as his parents fell to the ashes. However, the flames of hatred seemed to avoid him, as if it was afraid of even coming close to him. In reality, it was just heeding its master's orders, because those flames not only left him completely untouched, they also left several of the cursed ones alive. The boy was left dismayed by the terrifying situation he witnessed until his face turned dull. The shock was too much for him. The cursed children truly looked cursed now, losing even the people that don't see them as freaks. That's where the girl came in, providing a safe haven for the children and the protection they dearly need. They trusted her and followed her. She was already what can be called a leader to them, as she was very mature for her age and was always nice to them, so they grasped tightly on the only source of light they can see. On the other hand, the boy was lost in his mind and followed after her like a broken doll. He knows it's her doing, but he didn't blame her. He blamed himself because he didn't see how deep her hatred was. That occurred because of his actions, it was his doing, that is what he believed. So until he regains his wits, he just followed after her with the children gripping on that bright hope, unaware it's the root of their anguish and the sad tragedy that fell upon them. The boy, however, was still sane as he watched the girl becoming even more distant as time passed. Until a point in time had arrived where he couldn't recognize her at all. He knew at that time that she's a radically different person, and he also knew why. He knew because the same thing was happening to him. He felt like he was losing himself as memories he cherished became lost, leaving nothing but a blank expanse in his memories. He noticed those bizarre thoughts that started appearing in his mind. They planted seeds in his mind which they continuously nourished, and he knew it's only a matter of time before those seeds spurt and devour him inside out, leave but a shadow of his former self. So he left. He used his power to escape as fast as he can, as far away as possible before it's too late, taking only one person with him, someone who didn't fall within the girl's grasp. This person was a blonde girl who had doubts and suspicions about the tragedy and the girl that led them, especially after she started to inspire all the cursed ones to worship the fire god. That didn't make much sense to her, especially considering she watched her loved ones die in front of her by that same fire she's inspired to worship. And the leader only said that this is to atone for their mistakes, something they didn't do, which is why the Lord of Light and Flames decided to burn their tribe, leaving only the innocent ones alive. She preached about how only the God of Fire can protect us and that we can only be safe in his embrace. However, the blonde girl can see hints of insanity in her always scarlet eyes, yet strangely, the other cursed ones who were resistant at first quickly converted as the hint of insanity spread to them as well. It was like an infection she can pass to anyone with time, and soon, the blonde girl's friends became completely different people. Except for one person. The boy escaped, and she had escaped with him after confronting him, and well, he ended up telling her everything. No, not everything, he only told her what he could remember because he had forgotten many things, and the only reason he even remembers the tragedy is that they talk about it so much. He was losing himself and his memories to the point he even forgot about the miraculous artifact that changed his life. In fact, it was the first thing he had forgotten. The girl that has now become a woman changed in her entirely, akin to a worm sealing itself for a day only to spurt out as a butterfly. She started to truly see the flames as her salvation and worship the God of Fire. She truly believed such a God exists and it's responsible for the tragedy. She also forgot many things, too many things. She was a different person henceforth, and her new name was a testification of that. However, it was also a testification of what she became. A toy formed by carelessness and blinded reasoning. She was a human no more. Latraced his fauches, a name she granted herself to show her devotion and faith in the God of Light and Flames. The name's meaning in the known language is the worshipper of fire. She thought it's a good move on her side as to show her gratefulness for the blessing granted to her by her one and only God. The ability to command fire, which she thinks is a blessing. A gift granted to her by her God. The same blessing that changed her inside out. From the minuscule components of her body to the most apparent parts. Her genes changed to fit her role. Fire became totally ineffective against her, and her aging became incredibly slow. That allowed her to live for generations to come and worship her God like a doll as little of her sanity remained. However, she remained just as cunning and hateful as she always was. The only reason she remained composed and prevailed across generations is because of what she became, a puppet of the God of Fire with the goal of spreading his vast wisdom and security to the rest of the world. She set out to achieve that by reproducing across generations and spreading her religion because she knows human life is unlikely to exist anywhere else on the planet. She tried to find the boy who has become a man, but she gave up after a while because she forgot about his existence. Everyone did. The boy started a new life seeking to atone for his mistakes, so in the time he still has, he built a family and protected it using the power he wished for. The Dark Continent was truly a dark and dangerous place even for him whose power only continued to grow, but strangely, the forest he picked as his home was quite safe. The same forest his tribe once inhabited. He chose to live there because he knows it's safe and to atone for his mistakes. Latraced his fauches on the other hand decided to set far away from the forest to where the fire guide her. His choice was indeed the correct one because there are only a few places in the Dark Continent safer than that particular forest. It was the closest forest to the World Tree. The latter stood tall, piercing through the clouds high above the sky and looking down on all around it. Its sight was something the tribe's people had to always kneel to in gratefulness, as some believed the tree is what's keeping them safe and looking after them. The tree is also something Latrace planned on burning down to no avail. In fact, she barely escaped with her life. Her preparations mattered not in front of such a colossal and dangerous existence, because she suffered more than she could have imagined. The boy, who has grown to be the father of many, soon realized that most of his memories were coming back, excluding any memories about the artifact's existence. However, instead of it being a blessing, it was a curse. His family started to forget about him. Slowly but surely, they started forgetting many things about him, and he noticed. He knew it was only a matter of time before they fully forget his existence. He wailed and cried to himself for days before he collected himself as a light of determination passed in his eyes. He left. He left, yet remained with them at the same time, protecting them from the shadows and leaving the rest to fate as he closed his eyes, welcoming death with open arms, finally freeing him from his misery. Yasuo finally opened his radiant scarlet eyes, discerning many things about the past. He saw in her tale much more than what's apparent and naturally completed the tale himself. Chapter 200. Yasuo finally opened his radiant scarlet eyes, discerning many things about the past. He saw in her tale much more than what's apparent and naturally completed the tale himself. She forgot many of her memories. She has forgotten most of the memories Yasuo wanted, but he found a way around it. The memory reading ability he mimicked can be used on objects. It can see their past even though they have no memories. Yasuo took that concept and took it a step further, and thought about using it on sentient creatures. We naturally forget many things. We are flawed beings after all. And no known creature to us has reached perfection. However, that doesn't mean the memories we forget have disappeared entirely. We still have them hidden deep in our minds. That's not the case for the old granny. Latrace's memories had been erased in their entirety. So, the alternative Yasuo used is looking at her as an object and seeing that object's memories. That makes the need for looking into her mind obsolete. Her mess of memories is no longer needed. Yasuo slowly stood up as he again closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He enjoyed the peaceful and bountiful air around him for a while before he let out lively laughter, ha 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 ha. His laughter was strangely calm and peaceful, and it was extremely faint, seemingly afraid of anyone or anything hearing his voice. That was just Yasuo, whose curiosity peaked, and anticipation has reached unprecedented heights. Too interesting, too many questions. Thought Yasuo, so many interesting things to research. The strange forest has little to no danger. The devilish artifact with its hefty price, bringing agony to whoever used it or extinguishing them altogether. The world tree, a life form capable of more than what meets the eyes, and most importantly, the thing inside it. And much more. Yasuo was in deep rumination as he walked in a certain direction. He only walks for a few steps before going into a portal, leading him closer to his destination. So the boy is Nozer's forefather, who wished for that power which was inherited by his children, then his grandchildren, and so on for generations to come. The great calamity which nearly drove humans extinct is interesting in itself, but even they don't know much about it, so I need to do some more investigation. However, the most interesting thing is the first leader of the tribe, the person who's responsible for the existence of the cursed ones, as they likely inherited those scarlet eyes and their power from him. He most likely got that power from the artifact as well. It's obvious from their memories that it had been used many times before, and he's probably one of those who wished for something and suffered the consequences. The result of his wish was the scarlet eyes, specifically, the dark energy within the scarlet eyes holders. However, he noticed the price and hid the artifact before leaving. He probably left because of the price he had to pay, but that doesn't matter much. That brings another puzzle to solve. If he is the first Scarlet Eyes user, then how did the Corta clan came to be? It's unlikely to be that boy because the tale I came up with is likely what happened. From his personality and actions, it's not hard to discern what he'll do, so I'm pretty sure he died with his family in that same forest, and the price for using the artifact is the same as I imagined. So, the most likely suspect is the original Scarlet Eyes holder himself. After all, he did leave, never to be seen again. Perhaps the price forced him to leave his family and people. Then he roamed the world until he found the known world and settled there, starting a new family. Generations passed, and that family had turned into what was known as the Korta clan, a special group of people whose eyes shine with a bright scarlet light. Another fascinating thing is the old granny's lifespan, which if my guess is correct should be at least several thousand years. If the incident that occurred when she tried to burn the world tree didn't happen, then she would have still looked like a little girl at the time I first met her. The strange thing is that over her entire life, she had never taken anything to extend her lifespan, nor did she make anyone use the artifact to wish for that, since she had forgotten about it. Yet, even without doing anything, she continued to become stronger and stronger, and even her lifespan seemed to be continuously extending. However, it couldn't be said she's alive. Her true self is certainly dead. What was left is but a puppet without a soul. If so, then isn't it like the artifact's curse turning into a blessing? Of course, the wisher wouldn't exist to enjoy it. Their obsession and emotions, this is what determines the price one has to pay for their wish. Agony and anguish, or insanity and loss. Costs little to no emotional creatures would be willing to pay. However, the artifact is quite vile and cunning. It doesn't let anyone know of the rules and only comes to harvest them when time is right, and any memories of it ever existing will fade away, keeping the cycle going. A smirk slowly surfaced on Yasuo's face. The unknown and bizarre circumstances didn't faze him much. In fact, he has never been more excited, finding himself drowned in a raging river of anticipation. He faintly remarked under his breath. However, none could hear those horrific words that could bewilder even the greatest of men. A power at the level of reality manipulation, huh? I should possess something better. Soon, then I'll commence a new beginning. After all, an ending is nothing but a beginning to something else. The latest phase of my plans is just as much of a beginning as it is an ending. Tranquility eclipsed his pale face again as he approached his target and laid his eyes upon the majestic yet horrific spectacle before him. A spectacle he could see for tens of thousands of miles before even arriving at his destination. He gazed at the horrific view with astonishment still apparent in his eyes even after looking at it for thousands of miles before. Dawn freaks, words of pure unprecedented curiosity escaped Yasuo's mouth. Just what have you achieved? What did you do? How did you do it? Well, let's find out, shall we? His black boots touched the crimson rocky ground as he landed and started walking towards them. What lies before he is a vast crimson terrain. The area was boundless and marvelous. However, almost no life forms could be seen in the area or anywhere near it except for one creature who made the tremendous expanse look quite likely. It was as if the bloody vile ground was warning anything from approaching except one specific type of creature. Only one type of life form exists in this crimson expanse, almost dominating it completely. Butterflies, numerous of them, everywhere painting the land in their colors and making it even bloodier than it already is. Yasuo knows of such butterflies. Only one kind of the numerous types of butterflies that ever discovered, but the most interesting. Blood butterflies, a simple kind of butterflies extremely rare in the known world. Just like its name hints, it's drawn to blood and feeds on it. The rare species was rare no more as Yasuo observed what could be estimated to be millions of butterflies dwelling in the crimson expanse. However, these ones seemed to be a bit different from the relatively normal blood butterflies he studied. They could only be described as mystic creatures as specks of pure crimson blood were circling them. Yasuo also noticed something else with his domain. He noticed a thin veil of blood on their wings and bodies, akin to magical scarlet armor. Yasuo also noticed numerous cracks throughout the crimson expanse, seemingly as if an earthquake once thundered across the area. The shape of those cracks was however strange, as some of the clearer ones seemed to be in the shape of humanoid hands. Within those numerous and deep cracks is where most of the butterflies rest. Those dark crimson cracks are their home. The veil of blood on them is no armor, it's just their food, and their food happened to be bountiful in the vast expanse. The rocks in the expanse are truly red, but actual blood dyed them even more, bringing that deep rich crimson color to them. The blood and remains of creatures that either died recently or ages ago were utterly devoured by the vile land. The first thing one would notice approaching the crimson land is the heinous stench of death. The land reeked of death, and that's exactly what used to attract so many creatures for the land to harvest and devour. Until the stench reached such a degree it started to scare the soul out of any creature courageous enough to come near. However, the magical land had been harvesting blood for thousands of years and saved up plenty of food for its exquisite and peaceful inhabitants. Crack. Crackik. The things that led Yasuo to know that the land is of Dawn Freak's creation finally started moving, as the deafening sound of their movement reverberated through the expanse and created massive sonic bombs by their sheer scale and movement speed.